remember looking it up and recording on it.
All right, we're ready.
Well, that wasn't a happy story, actually.
I can, but I can't. Look good, Frank. I was saying one day we used to have a guy. Make your car. Looks
You don't have a bell to ring? It's that wooden hammer up there.
Okay, we do. Okay, we have a quorum. Everybody's here.
All right. Well, thank y'all for tonight. Tonight, during our workshop, our focus is our vision and mission statement. And so, those of you that have been on council for a while, you probably remember back in February of last year, we had a strategic planning retreat with Ron Cox and Cox Consulting, where we had the council, had all the department heads, administration, and we spent the whole day working together on developing a strategic plan, going over that focus. And so, actually this afternoon, this evening, we will be having our second update to that strategic plan as well. And so, the part of that strategic plan was vision and mission statement, to establish a vision and mission statement for the city. And so tonight, we want to go over those developed key elements for the vision that the council and the leadership team had developed, go over what those key elements were discussed at that time, go over the key elements for the city's mission, and then go over the key elements for the city's core culture and values in that. And so it is part of our implementation plan. It's section 01400. Again, establish a vision and mission statement. Our current facilitator for that section of the implementation plan is Angela. And then those that are signed to work with the council for the vision and mission statements are Mary Combs, Alice Rios, and then myself. And so tonight, that's kind of where we're at. So today's goals is basically we just want to review what was developed there in that workshop. To go back over to that, review what was developed for those state criteria, determine that those elements are still viable and relevant, and if we need to make some changes and revisions, then we can do that as well. And so, as we get into this, what are vision and mission statements? Unfortunately, we've looked, we cannot find a vision and mission statement for the city. We weren't able to find it back when we did the retreat, and we still haven't been able to find or locate an adopted vision and mission statement. So that's one of the things that we want to do. So a vision and mission statement explains why an organization exists, how it plans to achieve its goals, and what the organization will ultimately achieve. A vision statement is a description of the desired future state of the organization. An effective vision inspires the team, showing them how success will look and feel. It is where we are going. A mission statement is a definition of the organization's purpose, who it is, who it serves, and what it does, its objective, and its approach to reaching those objectives. It's basically how we're going to get there. So the vision statement is where we're headed. The mission statement is how we're going to get there. And so before we get to, is that right? I went the wrong way. There we go. Before we figure out where we're going and how we're going to get there, we got to look at our core culture and values, basically who we are as an organization, who we are as a city. And so during the retreat, you can see the list here of the items that was presented, and the council and the executive team kind of all agreed was our core values and our core culture of our organization. And so the first thing is to be inclusive. We want to be inclusive as an organization. We want to be unified. It's everybody working together on the same page for the same goals and in the same direction. We want to be family friendly as a city, as an organization to our citizens. We want to be involved. We want our staff and council and our students to be involved. We want to be caring. We want to be trustworthy. Of course, have integrity and honesty, and then to be supportive of each other as we work together. And so as we look at those key elements there that we consider to be core culture and core values, do you see anything in that list that maybe no longer belongs or that needs to be removed? Along those lines, is there something that's missing? Is there something that today maybe is a little different than what we thought about 10 months ago, 12 months ago, on what this might be, or where we're at? Or is there something that's maybe not so clear that maybe we need to change the description on to make it a little bit more clear? Because again, this establishes who we are, who we want to be as an organization and as a city. Any thoughts? Any ideas? Any changes? Everything good? All right. So then we move to the key elements of our vision statement. Again, vision is where we are going. This is where we want to be. So 10, 20 years from now, this is what we want to be as an organization, as a city. We want to be a city of diversity. And that's in both people and in opportunities. We want to have an excellent quality of life for our citizens. And then we had on there amenities and parks. So excellent quality of life, amenities and parks. We want to be a safe city. We want to be a city where our children want to stay, or as we talked about, we want them to come back or return. When they go off to college, but when they come back and they want to raise their families, they want to raise their families here. With ample job opportunities. We want to have excellent infrastructure. And that includes utilities, streets, connectivity, and walkability. We want to have quality educational opportunities. And we want to have quality health care. That's what our vision is for our city. Again, on this one, is there anything in here that maybe we no longer pertain or is relevant that we need to remove? Or is there something on here that we need to maybe change, make it more clear? Or maybe something that we did think about that maybe we need to consider as part of this as we go to working on towards the statement. Because what we'll do is we'll take these elements and then draft a vision statement and a mission statement based on these elements. That's where Mary comes in. Any thoughts on those? Are we still good with everything? Okay. Then our mission statement. So the mission statement again is once you establish your vision, then you figure out how you're going to get there. That's the mission statement. How are we going to get to that vision? And so we put on there to be good stewards of the city's resources, to have a good financial strategy. Oh, thank you. Set priorities, keep our history before us, acknowledge our diversity, be forward-thinking, communicate with our citizens, be transparent, be innovative, and to have clear code of ordinances. Again, as you look at that list, is there anything there that's no longer relevant, that needs to be taken away? Something that may need to be changed in the description to make it more clear or more relevant to what we look at as our mission to get to that vision? Or is there something that needs to be added that's not there at all at this time? Any thoughts, any input? Okay. So, those are the key elements, but y'all are not very, I guess we should, we fed y'all dinner, so now, tummies are full, not very talkative. So, the kind of the future steps that we want to see as we go forward is tonight we just wanted to review what we've talked about and established, so make sure it's still relevant, make sure it still meets our goals and vision and our core values. And so the idea would then be to come back maybe next month in our November council meeting and do a vision statement. So we'll draft a vision statement to kind of go over and then bring that to you, and we'll talk about the details to kind of talk about that statement. And when you have that statement, tweaking it, well, we want this word instead of that word, and we think this or that. And so we'll work on that in November. Then in December, the idea is to come back and then we'll work on the mission. So once we set the vision in November, then we will establish a mission statement in December. Do the same thing with the mission statement, and then come back in January at the actual council meeting and actually adopt a combined vision and mission statement. Because once you do the mission, then there may be, we need to tweak the vision statement a little bit. So we'll come back in January at a council meeting, we adopt the vision and mission statement for the city. And then in the spring, we'll work with our executive team to go back and create and draft mission statements for each of their departments that tie back to the city's mission and vision, so that their departments are focused on the same direction that the city council is focused on. And then in April, the idea is to come back and actually adopt that when we do our quarterly report, is to adopt our update to the strategic plan, to update to adopt those mission statements for each of those departments that will correlate back to the city's vision and mission statement. So, with that, it's quick and easy tonight.
Is that all you have, Scott?
That's all we've got for this portion. So hopefully a little bit of break.
Okay,
We'll come back for.
there are not any other comments and any questions. We'll take like a 15-minute break and start the regular meeting.
This? No. Yeah. We've tried. I mean, it's all the way. It ain't going no further. Yeah. Me and Colby were up there 2 days trying to adjust it and move it. And be a bigger screen. Or move it closer.
What I say, I'm sure it's one of those, you have to find a certain one when you're shooting that forward and make it a certain size.
Yeah.
Can you send me another contact?
But Terry, you know this fine young lady?
You don't want that. Yeah. I made a few extras just in case. How you doing?
Trying to hang in there, man. Yes, sir. I got We were talking about you knocking the trees.
I'm gonna try it.
She was very,
Get the egg off your face. What's up, Harry?
So that way it's inspired. How are you?
We had to make
So I'll pull it up there, and then what you gotta do is just aim this right here. I'll put it up there after the pledge and everything.
So you can do it. Just take it.
Okay.
That's what I normally do with it.
Okay, got it.
You see what I'm saying?
What do you say, handsome?
We're on top of this guy, yeah.
Shake all hands, kissing on the ladies, show them up.
You better pray for him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Or I got one more. Yes, sir.
Really appreciate it.
Alright, I'll just bring it over to you. Hang
Walmart.
You doing? Doing good.
You got a brain for the media? Can't you sit beside me?
Yeah.
Camera here.
I'm gonna check, but
I don't have to behave.
right. Are you use that one?
Good evening. Welcome you to our October the 17th monthly meeting. We do have a quorum present. And tonight we're going to ask our new chaplain, Carl Williamson, to come and deliver our invocation. Chaplain Carl now serves as the new chaplain for the Liberty County Sheriff's Department. Come on, chaplain.
Thank you guys for what you do. Thank you for your service. Join me in prayer. Father, it's time of prayer and rest in my city, in my state, in my nation, and in my world. Thank you, Lord, that I serve the Prince of Peace. And Lord, all this you're working, nothing catches you by surprise. So we ask for your leadership. And Lord, I ask for the ability to trust you through difficult times. Pray for wisdom for those who lead us, who lend their lives. And Lord, I thank you for their sacrificial service. Thank you that I live in Cleveland, Texas. And Lord, I thank you for the chance just to be here at this time for times like this. So Lord, we can be ministers to needs, or we can be monitors of fright. Let us minister to those around us every day. Let us be careful to represent you well. So Father, I lift this to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Okay, now we're going to ask Councilman Buckley to do the pledge for the United States flag, and Councilman Ward, would you do the Texas flag?
United States flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to go on to item number 3. And I'd like to recognize one of our employees, Mr. Robert Lowe, and he works in the Public Works Department. And this is his 5-year anniversary. And Robert couldn't make it tonight, and we gave his plaque to Mr. Brooks, and we just want to thank Robert for his service to the city, and if I get a chance to see him tomorrow, I want to thank him personally. All right, thanks. Okay, now we move on to item number 4. Public comments. Any person with a city-related business may speak to the council. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city council may not discuss or vote on any matter in the public comments unless it's specifically on the agenda. To speak during a council meeting, you must be recognized by the presiding officer. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Okay, as of now, okay, first of all, we're going to have Mr. Barnes Mitchell, 708 North Center in Cleveland. Mitchell.
Good evening, President. I just got a question for the council about the raise of the cemetery plots. I just cannot see going from $650 to $1,700 for a plot. And that's just outrageous. I know y'all have looked at other places, probably, but this is Cleveland, Texas. And I can see moving up some, but not almost triple that what you're doing. I think I don't know if you got that on your agenda tonight, but that was not only my concern, but a lot of other citizens' concern about this particular situation. And I'm pleading to the council to reconsider your decision, what you have made. If you have made it, I'm pleading to you to reconsider it and come up with something else a little better than that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Okay, now we have Mr. Kurt Smith, 102 East Houston Street.
Evening, y'all. Here tonight to talk about a benefit coming up next to the theater that we planned for November on Veterans Day. So it'll be Saturday, November 11th. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So just I attached a copy of the flyer in this for everybody to take a look at. Hopefully y'all can circulate it and make sure y'all get to take a look at it. Go to the next one. I can't even read that. Can you blow it up?
It's gonna go. Yeah.
It's 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
I got it now. So we'll start at 8 a.m. in the morning. We'll shut the street down to South Travis, down to Hanson Street. We will shut the entire block down there in front of Coburn's, clean up to the theater at Houston Street. So we'll set up there, the chili cook-off people. It's not really cook-off, they're just doing it for the benefit. Everybody will be there cooking. PWR is going to have a tent there and be cooking as well. We've got a few others that's showing up to do it. That chili cook is for everybody. It's for veterans, first responders, law enforcement, everybody in the community and outside the community that shows up that is a veteran or first responder will get chili for free. Public is welcome to come out and buy the chili, $3.50 a bowl. All that money that accumulates from that sold chili, waters, and stuff like that we have out there will be accumulated to an end-of-day fund that gets taken back to the veterans organizations. And that will be split up 50-50 between the VFW Cleveland and Oath Nation. And Oath Nation is based out of Texas but has divisions all across the United States. So we're also going to have a street jam. We're going to have a stage set up. The bands will be playing on the side of the theater at the backside, like if you're going to walk in the backside of the entrance, and they will be playing towards the railroad tracks. So that street jam will kick off at 12. So there'll also be vendors out there, but we'll have musicians out there, donated musicians between 12 and 5 playing all day for everybody. The indoor concert that starts after that at the theater starts at 6 o'clock. That will all be moved indoors. We've got an opener, which is Robert Bumstead out of Beaumont, and then Brian Collins, Texas native, out of Texas City, Texas, born and raised, several gold albums, platinum albums. He volunteered to come out and play the show for me for $1,000. So that speaks volumes. That show will probably be over somewhere around 9 o'clock because we're starting at 6. I have volunteered to take all of our proceeds from ticket sales on that day and put them in that bucket to be split up between the Veterans Organization, Oath Nation, and the VFW Cleveland. Go ahead. So the request, we can blow it up just a little bit more. I do have some old eyes. So the request we have for the city, and we know we have some of these in standing agreements and approvals, is a complete closure of South Travis from Houston to Hanson. It's not going to deter any business to Coburn's. They're closed on Saturdays, and the only other business that's there, the title company's closed on Saturdays. So the only people it actually deters is anybody coming to the theater for those additional parking spaces. And we'll work around that. The extra barricades and stuff, the city does now give us barricades. We have some of them stored over there, but when we need more, we contact them, they bring them out, so we will need more for that day. And then we'd like to get, and I'll get with Sean and Chief Broussard to see if there's any off-duty apparatuses that Cleveland, both first responders and law enforcement division, can put out there on display at the entrance to the street closures. That just gives more notification and visuals where it's at, and also shows the support from the city for what we're doing for the veterans and first responders. What we're going to provide, we'll provide all the labor to close down the street, put up the barricades. We're going to supply security for the street to make sure nobody takes any alcohol or carries any alcohol on there for the concerts or anything else. We're very strict about that. And then the notifications to urgent emergency personnel. If there's an event on the street, we'll have a plan set for all that in coordination with all our staff that's working it. This is a look at how we're going to lay out the street. The chili cook will be going on right beside the title company on the side of the street. The band's going to set up right at the back entrance down along the Coburn's fence, and the vendors and such are going to line up the opposite side, the far east side of Travis Street. I think that's about it, if I recall what I put together. Yep, that's it. Y'all can't comment, so I should have dropped that slide, but that's what we're doing. I asked the city to show face, come out to one of our events. I'll say it now, I haven't seen anybody yet, so I'm asking. PWR's putting a lot of money into this without asking for donations. I'm asking for the city, the chamber, and relations to come out and show city support. I know the chamber has the Rock and Ride. We'll probably slip up there and visit what's going on there, and we ask for them to come on down there as well as everybody from the city. Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on to item number 5. Reports by city staff and members of the council to which no action will be taken. We'll go down the line. Mr. Buffett, do you have any comments for tonight? Okay, Mr. Ward?
No comments.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Lowry?
Yes, sir. I'd like to give you a report on the airport. There were several items that we discussed. One of them was the observation area. I think we have a place that's picked out that's going to be, we'll discuss later in the meeting. There's some other things that we're looking at, hangars and locations for hangars. Right now we have a list of approximately, give or take, 100 people. So we desperately need hangars. We also have the Quantitas that's going to be looked at by Lies for us, trying to figure out whether it's going to be structurally sound. So as far as the meeting with the airport board, I think there's a lot of good camaraderie, a lot of unity, big ideas that we're spreading around. But within the next month or two, we should have things narrowed down to a point where we can move forward and actually do something, get something done. If you go by the airport right now, you'll see that they're cutting the trees down the right-hand side. That's encroaching on the 250 foot that we need to supply or satisfy the FAA. Thanks for Mr. Brooks. He's brought us some dirt. We're going to be putting that down the side of the runways, also satisfying the FAA on that. A lot of good things happening. So I expect next time to bring you something solid, something good to talk about. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Davis, do you have any comments on? Okay, Mr. Terrell? No comment. Okay. So there will, I would just like to remind everybody, tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Cleveland Civic Center. This will be a town hall meeting about the drug problem in Cleveland. And we're gonna, I've been in contact with the representative from the school district, and we plan to meet this problem head on. I mean, thing I want to get across to people, Cleveland, Texas is not the only place that we're having a problem with the fentanyl. Opioids. That's a problem pretty much nationwide. But in order for us to protect our children, we have to meet this situation head on. We need to make the parents aware of the danger of this fentanyl drug that they got going on. And I know it kind of casts a dark shadow over Cleveland, with the media, but Mr. McCandless and I had this conversation. If it saves one kid, if it gives us a bad name, so be it. But this is for our children, and we really, really want the parents to come and listen. We have people from the opioid task force, Texas A&M, the Houston HITBA, high intensity drug trafficking areas, several speakers from the HCA Kingwood, Chief Angela Allen, the Cleveland ISD Police Department, the Director of Toxicology, Department of Emergency. We have a lot of people coming, so we just want to encourage every parent to come out and listen to what's going on with this, because this is a problem. And like I said, we're going to meet it head on. So that's all I have. Scott?
We also want to just let the council members know, and those in the audience, that there will be a groundbreaking for Tri-County Behavioral Health Care on October 27th at 10 a.m. So that's going to be at 402 Liberty Street here in Cleveland, Texas. So you got the flyer in front of you, and so we will add that to your calendars as well to make sure that we can be out there and support them.
Okay. Ms. Alice, do you have anything for tonight? Okay. Any staff? Anybody have anything for reports? Okay. Then we'll move on to the consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests that the item be removed and considered separately. Okay, consideration and possible actions on following: approval of financial statements for August 2023, approval of minutes from the council meeting of September 19th, 2023. That is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion that we approve?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I have some statements that I'd like to ask from the financial department.
Okay.
So are you going to remove that from the consent agenda? Okay. So Mayor, just one thing about the consent agenda.
Okay, so basically, do I have a motion to approve item number 7 on the consent agenda, and item number 6, we'll go back and discuss that after. Do I have a motion for item number 7?
Make a motion, we approve the minutes of the last council meeting, September 19th.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Lowry, and I have a second by Mr. Terrell. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, now we'll go back to item number 6, the approval of financial statements of August through August 2023.
Councilmember wants to go along and go to page 5 for the financial report. First thing I want to bring up is the item third one down in the revenues, franchise tax. We put a budget of 513, and now we're getting 299. That's half. How can we miss that far? I mean, I know this is a guessing game when you start putting your budget together as far as revenues, it's just a guessing game. But anyway, that was very low and just bringing attention to it. Same thing with the license and permits. It's at 77%. Right now, this is a month, right before the last month right here. So right now, everything in that line should be at least around the 90% or higher for us to be in good shape there. So I'm bringing attention to that. That's next round comes down to license and permits. We're about $100,000 short there on that. So there should be an explanation why that is.
On the franchise taxes, we received a lump sum from Energy. We should have received it in September, so you'll see it on next month's statement.
So that would increase it quite a bit.
That will increase it quite a bit. We did speak with the Energy rep and he did verify that amount. And then the licenses and permits, that's based on the development, and development did slow down for this year, so it was lower than what was projected. I believe the budget for next year does reflect what we actually collected for this year.
And of course, we still have one more month to.
Yes, we have another month.
Okay. Court revenue, it's half of what we budgeted for. We budgeted around 317,000 revenue, we're getting about half of it. Your explanation of that?
Well, on that one, and Hannah may be able to address it better than I can, but I know when we were going through the budget process, one of the things that was brought up was that the state is really pushing to have more opportunities for those to not get necessarily fined, but to have ways to work out payments and to work out different things instead of
Not a hardship on the people.
correct. So instead of creating a hardship on these people to provide other opportunities, and so therefore our collections, because of that, has not been as
In
high.
this area, people just aren't able, we're having to really lower our payment plans on our citations and stuff. $50 seems to be the average of what most people can pay a month, and at $50, it
not hang up as much, or do that for community service. We're just
So
trying to.
you're talking about the future legislation, that doesn't really kick in yet, so we're talking about this year. So-
Correct. Now, we did budget less money for next year, but this has been a push going on for some time now, that from the state legislature trying to push on the criminals, or not on.
Yeah, more agency opportunities for.
So we have less people breaking the law and paying fines and paying less fines.
And that's fine, they're given other opportunities like community service.
Or they don't have the money, this area, low income, there are a lot of people without jobs.
Just remind the judge of that when I come to The other item I bring up is other revenue. Is the airport in that part up there for revenue?
Airport is,
What we budgeted for that, what we got in so far this year, looks right.
yes, airport does fall under other, and we budgeted, $324,064, and we are currently at $286,925 as of August 31st, which is 88.54% of the budgeted amount.
Okay, if you drop down under our expenditure side, you have a category there listed as airport department.
Yes.
Under the expenditures, why don't we create a line item here for revenue?
We do have a line item for revenues, but the way that it's shown on the budget is the summary of what falls under other service charges, but it can be broken out.
I'd like to see that broken down.
Yes, it will be recorded separately this year. We actually just opened its own bank account, so the revenue from the airport will be completely separate from the general fund.
Very good, thank you. Down under expenditures, everyone running out, city council has spent a lot less than what we budgeted. That's good. Same thing with the police department, 70%, they're under budget, it's good. Same thing with development services. Now we're coming down to the street department. We're spending $448,000 this year, to this month, and we got a budget of $709,000. If that's our streets are, why are we not spending more than that? And everybody in this room knows that the streets are terrible. And we are buying equipment and stuff to fix them, and I'm seeing money left open all along the line.
I do have, we are buying more equipment as far as trucks and street services equipment. Some of them haven't come in yet, we're just waiting on them to get delivered. It takes time. The contractor told us it would be 2 months ago, and we haven't got it yet. I would say it's this month.
Okay, I know you got an asphalt ripper, right?
Right.
That's what, if people don't know, that's what tears the street up, and levels it for you, creating the base. Have you ordered a
roller
machine?
We have a roller. We don't have a lid on the machine. We have a roller, which that's what I'm waiting on. Once I get that process going.
You got the piece of equipment to start your first part. You got a roller, which is your second part. And then put the asphalt down, you need a lay-down machine.
Right.
I think what's the cost, what are we looking at the cost?
That's about probably 200-something thousand.
I think all three of those added up to approximately around 300,000. So there should be some money for that. So I'd like to see that order.
Yes, sir.
And when you get to this, you gotta help people operate, right?
Yes, yes.
And I understand you turned in for 2 people.
I turned for, in public works, I turned for 4 people.
4 people.
Yeah.
Is that in our budget for next year?
No.
That's what I do.
No.
You got cut, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a point I want to make. That's all my questions there.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Terry, I have a second by Mr. Buckley. All those in favor? Okay. I want to make a comment about this budget and about the different departments. You know, at this point, the city of Cleveland, you know, we're doing, things are happening in Cleveland that have never happened before. You know, I'm sure everybody saw the deal with the permit deal, controversy that's going on. You know, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, you know, we might build, 1-2 new houses in Cleveland per year. You know, now they probably pushing out, you know, 20 or 30 in a month or more. So, you know, we realize that there are issues that are going on, and we do have to address these issues. You know, several weeks ago, we had a meeting with Senator Robert Nichols.
Does this relate to financial statements?
Yes,
You already
yes, it does, yes.
Okay.
But I just want to make that comment.
And we should try to do those kind of comments before we
Yeah.
vote on it.
Yeah. But that just came up, and I just want to address it. And, I know it's not perfect, but we're doing the best we can on this budget. You know, and that's just an example, like on the equipment with Roger, once he orders the equipment, you gotta have the people to operate the equipment. So we've never had this problem before. And Senator Nichols says it's growing pains. We're growing. Things are changing. So, you know, we just have to get ready for it. You know, we want it to change, we want Cleveland to grow. It's growing, and when it starts growing like this here, you know, things, you know, we're doing now, we've never done. So, you know, we're doing the best we can on this budget. Okay. Sorry about that, Mayor. I had to get that in. Okay. We're gonna move on to, item number 8. Okay. Discussion items, award a contract with Wendell Kelly Construction for the purchase of a pavilion to be constructed downtown for the Economic Development Corporation. Okay, do I have any discussion, motion?
Mr. Mayor, I know that the EDC has had this conversation about a pavilion for quite some time. We've got bids on it, we've got it narrowed down, we've got a cost, and we're putting it where the old fire station was, which has been demolished. We do have food trucks that come there, I think it's the third Thursday of the month, except the last 2 months we've had the food trucks go to Stencil Park. So therefore, my concern is with that pavilion be used is that the most opportune place to put that pavilion? That's my only question. I think there's a better place to make one of our parks that's more active, and maybe even at the airport when we're talking about an observation. Not saying we can't do it there if we have enough money to do 2 or 3 of these. But right now, I would say the priority to put it somewhere other than there. That's my only comment.
Okay, but what was the recommendation?
EDC is asked us to approve that the location of the old fire station.
So you're saying EDC voted to approve it at the old fire station? So, okay, well, do I have a motion to approve the EDC's proposal of awarding the contract to Wendell Kelly Construction?
Mayor, I so move that we accept Wendell Kelly's construction bid for the pavilion for Economic Development Corporation.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Lowry. Do I hear a second?
I will second it, because I think we need to be, my only comment made earlier is we need to think about what we're doing. So you got a second for me.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Lowry, I have a second by Mr. Terrell. Any more discussion?
Are we planning to move the food truck expo over there, or we just plan on staying at Hampton Park?
For Food Truck Fusion, Campbell Park is a better location. There's more parking there, there's more activity for the families, as well as the restrooms. When we were at Hanson Street, we had to pay for those restrooms. It was about $500, $600 per each time we had to set up. We didn't think that that was very viable, as having to keep paying for those just to have people sitting out there, you know, just for a couple of hours. So that's the reason too that we have moved it over to Campbell Park. It helps on the cost. It gives the community something to do. It's shaded, as well as a lot of our food trucks like that location.
So we have 3 food trucks, that's the maximum to show up there.
We have 3 to 4. Yes,
And
sir.
they probably up, how much is that, $25?
They pay a spot fee to participate, and it's $25.
So we get $75, we spend $500 on restaurant.
We work.
It doesn't sound like financial, very small.
Exactly. So that's why it's at Campbell Park.
I'd still like to see the motion go forward, that we make a motion to approve this. We need to go back to EDC and discuss what,
So we're approving where it's gonna be going already on this.
is it on here?
Yeah. Yeah. Already here. Downtown.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the table.
Downtown covers a lot of area.
Okay,
That's all it says is downtown.
well, do I have another motion to table or?
We table and bring it back to EDC for different locations, that's more valuable for us and for everyone to use, it's being used very greatly in that location.
May I
There's
correct
not
this,
parking,
Mayor?
there's no parking there either.
May I correct this, Mayor? You got a motion and a second on the table? We can go to that.
Yes, sir. Okay. I have a motion and a second on the table to vote for the pavilion to be constructed downtown. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, all those opposed? Okay. Motion motion denied. Okay, now do I have another motion to table this until?
Make a motion to table and bring it back to EDC for maybe a better location or better use out of it, that would be used better, like observation, that just renting it out.
I'll second that.
Okay, now a motion by Mr. Buckley, and second by Mr. Terrell.
Okay, I have a question. Are we still approving Wendell Kelly for the construction of this, or are we putting that on hold as well?
I don't think we need to go back and read that, but we'll, yes, this motion that we just denied, we're going to.
So approve the purchase of the pavilion and have EDC determine the
Location.
Approve the pavilion and not the location.
Do you want that to come back to council for approval of the location?
Yeah.
I don't see the reason we need to come back to council to approving it. We just needed to get the location.
Mayor Council, I have that question. If y'all, EDC approved the pavilion itself and in that location, but if council, the mayor and council choose to be elsewhere, I mean, can't y'all go ahead and approve the pavilion to be done tonight, and then in our next EDC meeting, we'll discuss and talk about that, and then all we gotta do is, I mean, then it'd be awarded. I mean, can we do that? And we just have to change the location? Or would it have to be?
For clarity, so we're not gonna award the contract, because otherwise you're talking about a change order.
Until
It's
it-
different locations.
Until we get local, so it has to come back to council for the
Postpone the
location?
whole thing.
Well, we've got the contractor here. We can ask, would that be a change order if they change locations from downtown to let's say Campbell Park or to the airport.
You said it wouldn't change the price if it changed the location. You said the price would stay the same. You said the price would stay the same no matter where you put it in the city.
And that should be anyway, because, unless you're moving it out, town's 60 miles, but. Easy.
Okay, so that would be approved.
So you want to make a motion to approve the contract with the award to Wendell Kelly Construction Company, but take it back to EDC for recommendation of a new location.
Okay, so we're gonna make a motion to approve it to Wendell Kelly to do the construction. Okay, and we'll take it, upon that approval, we'll take it back to the EDC. Okay, well, I have to make another motion.
I think that was the original one.
Yeah, that's right.
So we got, okay,
So we have a vote. We have the first and the second.
Yeah, I got a second.
all those in favor? Okay, motion carries
What do you want to do it?
5-0.
Wherever you see the top.
Yeah, where y'all want to put it at?
Okay. What,
Contract is awarded.
Okay, well, it will be on the agenda for this Monday night at EDC.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Okay, item number 9, ordinance for adopting the master schedule fee.
The City of Cleveland Master Fee Schedule is a schedule that we compiled all the fees that are charged throughout the city into one document so that each year we can go through and make updates to one schedule instead of having to adjust different ordinances each time we want to make a change. And this, I believe, Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, this ordinance will give us the implementation of the fee schedule so that we can then adopt the resolution.
It basically says, yes, there's going to be a master fee schedule. And so if it's on that, that's basically the amount you go by.
This is not approving any of the amounts, it's just adopting a fee schedule.
That fee schedule to the ordinance.
You're saying that the prices are.
No, this one will not accept the prices, this is just adding the fee schedule to the ordinance.
So there's two different ones. So 10, or number 9, is creating the ordinance that allows for the fee schedule. And then 10 would be the resolution that adopts the actual fee schedule.
Another way to look at it is item 9 is approving an ordinance, not to change. Item 10, to change that year.
Right.
Okay. Do I have a motion for ordinance for adopting the master schedule fee? Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Terry, I have a second by Mr. Buckley. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, motion carries 5-0 for adopting the master schedule fee. Okay, number 10, resolution for adopting the master schedule fee. This will be the resolution. And
I have a question.
okay.
How quick can we change some of these numbers if there's a problem? And we do have a problem with the airport. The Quonset hut on there says hangar Q, and there's basically under that category where it says hangar space is 1. There's 4 planes in it. But I know we have a problem structurally and we gotta get somebody in there, but I don't wanna approve this if we've got
Amending this is as easy as letting us know what needs to be amended and bringing it back to you guys and you voting on it. That's what, it simplifies the process.
Good.
Anything on here and anything that's on here, we can go and amend it. We'll present the full schedule each time, but
Right.
everything is in one place. Instead of having an ordinance for airport, an ordinance for cemetery, there'll be one ordinance, one resolution for any fee that's been changed. And in the future, because the majority of these are already set, we're not changing the dollar amount. I'll go with the ones that are being amended. But in the future, I'll highlight the ones that are being changed so you guys can see, you know, what we're updating or requesting to update.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you.
And council, there just may be also, an upcoming just cleanup ordinance coming where throughout the code, it says, hey, there's gonna be this specific fee for this specific item, and we will rephrase those to say, go see the master schedule.
Okay. I want to make a comment now. We did discuss this earlier in the comments, and over the past week, I have talked to several, concerned citizens. I talked to them at the ring about the fee schedule. I've expressed, my concerns about our budget and what we're trying to do. We have really tried our best on this budget. We're trying to make it as easy as we can on our taxpayers. I think the tax rate that we approved, would that be the tax rate from 2018-19? So the last 5 years, our tax rate hadn't went up that much at all. And that's been a goal of the council. We have really, as far as the city is concerned, kept our taxes as low as we can. And that's one of the reasons why we increasing some of these fees. But now the fees on the cemetery fees, we're gonna have to raise it, but I'd just like for the council to consider another number lower than the 1,700. That's just my opinion, but we're gonna have to raise the fees. But maybe we can raise it a little lower, maybe with 1,200, with that.
Any changes to the amounts that we presented to you guys during the budget is what we built our budget, our expenses in the budget based off of. So any decreases in our revenue will also decrease we will have to make those additional cuts in the budget.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to, get that across, to the taxpayers that we are trying to be as understanding as we can about these fees, because everybody sitting up here, if we have to go that route, we'll have to pay whatever fee that we approve. But on the other hand, we're gonna have to raise it. But I just like for the council maybe to consider something, a little lower. You might have to raise it, but something maybe a little lower. I would say 1,250.
Mr. Mayor,
But
did our staff do a good job of checking, see what other cemetery lots go for?
I do have the information that was provided during the budget process.
I'm sorry, it's not here.
he wasn't hot, yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is what
Yeah.
we did, I believe it was checked within a 50-mile radius, and the average for the 5 locations, with the lowest being $1,850 and the highest being $3,995, it was an average of $2,568 for any other cemetery. Single block.
We're going from 650 to 1,700.
Yes,
Our
1,750.
1,700 is still lower than.
It's lower than the surrounding 5 that we checked. And we will have, what we've seen in the past is a lot of non-resident, like outside residents coming in to buy plots here because they are the cheapest. So with this, we did recommend for people that do not live in the city limits, their cost would actually be $2,500 to purchase a plot here, because we've had people come from Houston, from Louisiana, and purchase plots here because they're so cheap.
What is our average request purchasing per month.
How many project requests we get?
Let's say the same time last year, how many requests did we get? How many did we get this month?
Oh, this month doesn't count.
Yeah, they've been coming in to
This,
about,
yes. Before this month though, I would say 6 is the average, probably about 2 per week. Between,
This month, because of the deadline of today.
yes, I think we've hit 50 or more. One that flew in from North Carolina yesterday to buy one.
So you see what's happening.
Well, I'd like to say something for general knowledge. My father-in-law and mother-in-law bought rocks 2 weeks ago here. And they sold their lots in Pflugerville, just north of Austin, for $10,000. So some things are premium in certain locations. If we make it too cheap, it's going to be flooded just like Dickey's Copper.
The reason we had this discussion is to explain to our public why we did this. And it's not that far out of reason.
I agree. You know, like I said, if any of us could be in that situation at any time, and we would. But I would just like for the council to, consider, maybe lowering it just a little out of good faith. But on the other hand, like Senator Nichols was saying, with growth, comes traffic, comes higher fees, higher taxes, and Cleveland is wrong.
We only have so many left in the cemetery.
yeah, once they're gone, they're gone. If everyone's coming in from outside city limits to purchase these lots because that are cheaper, then that leaves nothing for the residents that's paying the taxes to maintain.
Yeah. Well, that's something we can look at, right, in the next few weeks. The council can consider just on that item. I'll be good with that. Okay, so will we just pull out that one fee?
You can, and then it would go back to what's in your code, or you can adopt it and direct staff to come back next month with a recommendation.
Scott?
I mean, if you want to adopt the 1750 now, you can, and then come back, or if you want to do, you can make the 1250 now, that's what the council wants to do, and then we can always look at it again. I would recommend that you keep the resident, a non-resident.
Oh, yes,
the same.
definitely. Matter of fact, we could raise it a little.
You go 15 and 3,000, that way it's double, so non-residents double.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. We got to take care of home first, the best we can, but it's going to cost home too. We got to do it. So,
and I know there's other things that Pam, that has been changed, that we've discussed during the budget process. Not the same. Majority of the stuff in here is the same as what we already have. Right. But there are a few items that we discussed in the budget process that are changes in here.
The only other changes were PD for the body-worn camera footage, DVD or flash drive. It went up from $10 to $15. Chief requested that. The water and sewer rates went up 10% across the board. And then the open records request is the amount established by, it's on the last page of the fee schedule at the very bottom. All three of those are new. The amount established by the Texas Attorney General plus 25% for open records requests. Credit card fees, we had initially presented, recommended 3% with a $3 minimum. Marianne informed us that the minimum charge was not legal. We cannot implement a minimum because the maximum that we could charge is 5%, which would mean we would have to couldn't take credit card payments for anything less than $60. So instead of doing the 3% with a $3 minimum, we're recommending just 5% across the board. I spoke with Mary at the library, and she will not have credit card fees. Basically, a lot of her charges were from like 15-cent copies, and they would pay $2 for that 15-cent copy. You may remember during the budget workshop that she was the only one that was in the that wasn't in the red with the amount of fees that we collected versus what we were paying out to the credit card companies. We were, at the time with the budget workshop, we were at a deficit of about $14,000 across the city, based on what we collected and what we had paid out. So we were, basically the city was eating the fees that for credit card companies. And then there was also the return check fee. Up until now, every department, I think, had their own fee amount. Some charge 20, some between $20 and $35. And we're recommending just across the board that everyone charges $35 for return checks and credit card payments not funded by the credit card companies.
Would this percentage get us out of the red? Have we run that number?
I believe so. Right now, for permitting, a lot of the contractors request to pay with a credit card, and we don't allow them for charges over $1,000 because of the amount of the fee. Right now, it's a $2.50 fee, so they would only be paying $2.50 for a $900 charge, but now they will be paying 5% of whatever the charge is. So if they choose to use a credit card, then they will be charged that fee, and it should get us out of the red, I believe.
But it's the maximum that we can charge.
That's the maximum that we're allowed to charge, anywhere from 3 to 5%. And I just want to clarify what it is that you would like, what you guys would like to see with the cemetery also. I want to make sure that I make notes of it, we can implement that.
You want to make a motion in the sense of keeping everything like it is and bring the cemetery back next well, or what? Want to discuss more?
I would like for the council, I'm just one person. I would say $12.50. That's a significant increase. Right now, $12.50, and revisit it again, next budget season. But the way things are going now, with our budget situation and with our financial projections, for the next few years, it's going to be, we're going to be running a tight ship. So
we are running a tight ship.
We kind of like running on fumes. But can I say, did we say $12.50? Would y'all be okay with that? Your number, leave it the same?
You're stating earlier, not only buying a plot, put your level on the ground, but there's years and years of maintenance that goes on after this.
Correct.
So there's no additional charges.
It's a one-time purchase.
Yeah, well, it's up to council. That was just a suggestion.
And if you guys would like to, the council would like to increase the non-resident also, I need to.
Now that, I'll speak strongly on. I think we need to increase the non-resident, by them coming out here, they're taking away from our citizens,
And by non-resident, we mean the city of Cleveland, city limits.
Yeah, people out of town.
I didn't get that question, I just wanted to clarify.
So, is there any way we could balance it out?
Do we have payment plans for spots?
The minimum payment plan is also listed under cemetery. It would be 10% financing fee and 50% of the total cost would be paid down. The remaining balance paid with 12 equal monthly payments. The other thing with that this fee schedule, the cemetery, we had a $40 dirt removal, which is why when they didn't pay $650, they paid $690. That fee is included in the $1750. The only additional charge is for, duplicate deed of fee of $5.
So if it's just one, then it's just all of them, correct? If you got the single, so they all have to.
Yes, that's just, the math is just
Yeah.
broken out, it's the same cost per plot.
I mean, I would be fine with 1,500 and 3,000, what I would be comfortable with. But what's also stopping someone coming in that is a resident and someone paying them to come by the clock at the end of the day. Saying they buy 8.
They would have to know, the one thing is they would have to know someone that lives here. Some people
No,
come
I
and
know,
they have no connection to the city at all.
I know it's a possibility, I'm saying it's a possibility that they could happen also.
Yes.
Y'all okay with 15? And this council's, we got.
So then you have to adjust the budget again, correct?
Absolutely. Okay, we'll have a motion on 1,500.
What age is the plots?
Excuse me?
What age number is that?
37.
37.
37?
37, 3 and 12.
Was that a motion?
So, city secretary, is there currently a motion on the floor? Okay, so if someone wants, you can, you don't have to, but you can make a motion to adopt the resolution with the amendment of describing what you want to have changed as well as one motion is what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, Mayor, I'll make a motion that we accept the resolution as it is, with the exception of the cemetery plot at 1,500 and the out-of-state at 3,000. I'm sorry. Non-resident, thank you. Appreciate the correction.
Have a motion on the floor for 1,500. Okay, do I have a second?
I'll say.
Okay, I got a motion by Mr. Lowry. How about a second by Mr. Butler? Okay, all in favor? 1, 2, Greg?
Nobody's mind?
Okay, the motion fails. The vote on 15
Yeah.
approved.
Is it 2 and 2?
Well, we did it.
Oh,
Yeah, opposed.
Yeah, 2 opposed.
Yeah.
All those opposed?
All opposed.
2 for. Okay, now all those opposed. Okay, I have 2 opposed.
Opposed? What are we opposing? Voting for the motion?
1,500.
Is that the fees for the cemetery being 1,500 for a resident and 3,000 for a resident?
Why don't we lower the water rates and everything else? You got a budget, you got a revenue side, you got to maintain. We got streets and things that we need this.
With this one,
Procedurally, not to be technical, this is, well, but it's a vote right now. And if it fails, then you can bring up another one and discuss it.
We already voted in favor.
No, was it a tie? That's what I'm trying to get at.
2-2
So the
right
mayor
now.
needs
2
to-
and 2 right now, because you haven't voted to deny. the
So it's 2 and 2.
15. Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to
You
get
didn't vote, you didn't
at.
vote.
So mayor,
Me
that's a
and Henry
tie.
voted for it.
And we voted against.
Well,
You
it's
didn't.
not
You
voting,
didn't.
unless you vote.
You didn't
Are you
vote.
voting?
Fred, you have not voted.
I don't care, you don't have to, I'm just trying to figure out if it's a tie. Mayor, call the vote again,
Okay.
and we just move on.
All those for lowering the fee from
Take out the
17.
schedule.
Yeah, taking off the schedule from 1,750 to 1,500. Okay, all those in favor?
At 3,000 for non-resident.
Yeah, from 3,000 for non-resident. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, we got 2 in favor. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, we got 3 opposed. Okay, so
Motion fails. You need another motion.
Motion failed. Do I have another motion? Do I have another motion for setting the cemetery?
I'll make the motion we adopt the master study fee as shown.
Okay, all in favor of adopting the master fee, schedule fee of 1750, right? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, all those opposed? Okay, it passed.
Thank you.
Okay. My head.
In the morning, I'll have that folder.
Okay, item number 11, action on accepting bids for real property. Okay, first property is Smith Cleveland Block B, Lot 10, PT 11, Street, acres, .2382 lot is located at the dead-end corner of Watson Street and Rachel B. Scott Street. Okay, would that be right against the railroad tracks?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the address of that one is the 600 Rachel B. Scott. That is the address of that location.
Okay. Okay, and also we have a property on the Oaks, Section 1, Block 6, 3 acres, Lot 3, 0.1722 acres, located at Ross and First Street, 1628 Ross Avenue.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So those are bids for real property for us to go ahead and approve. I believe they have already been approved by both Liberty and Cleveland, so we're just the ones that are about to go ahead and get these. I know for a fact on this 600 Rachel B. Scott, if you look at the documentation that was provided on that property, we will not receive a percentage of recovery on that property. However, it is abandoned, and at least we can get somebody hopefully that can come in, get it, do something with it. The second one, we are having a $94 recovery on that one.
Okay. Do I have a motion to accept these two bids?
We're voting on together.
Yes.
I'm against selling land at less than what appraised value is. Value can be sure 2023 on the first was $22,000. We're selling it for about the next property.
But this is the one on Watson
It's
Street.
appraised at $16,000 and we're selling it for $2,000. And if you do, if someone buys it that and don't build on it, then how long does it take to recover your back to where you are on the tax? You are putting it back in the tax road, but it wasn't value.
Yeah, but I'm sure that somebody's gonna buy it, they should, and they're gonna put something on it. I mean, this is just my opinion. I'm the one to say, if you're sitting there and it's rolling up, not being taken care of, weeds, health hazard. I mean, if somebody spends that money to buy that property, I mean, they're gonna leave clean it up. And we will be getting something for the taxes on it, tax revenue on it. Now we're not getting anything. I mean, that's just my philosophy. But, you know, the other side of the coin is valid also. So, do I have a motion? Again, once again, do we have a motion for the two properties on Watson and Rachel B. Scott and Ross and First Street? Do I have a motion? Oh, I have no idea.
It doesn't give me that, it doesn't provide me information of who's buying the property.
What's that? Well, yeah, it's fine.
What further information would you like for me to gather on it? If that information isn't provided to me whenever these come across, they just let me know this is the bid amount of what it was, where it's located, what our revenue will be from it. So they do not release that information to me.
Who is Greg used for the city?
They are the ones that help us with advantage properties and things like that for the city of Cleveland.
I'm just asking, that we have to be really complicated. Most of the that people have property to,
Right.
especially on that side.
Okay, I have a motion to table it until we get further information on that property. Second. Okay, I got a motion by Ms. David, I got a second by Mr. Ward.
So if they don't release that information to me of who's buying the property, what further information are you looking for?
Well, they usually,
I can ask, but I just, besides who's buying it, what further information would you like for me to gather? Okay, what will be there, if they're gonna be building a home? Okay, that works. Thank you.
On one of these, it says the court cost is $1,020, and he's buying it for $1,000. So the court cost is $20 more than he's paying.
okay. I have a motion by Mr. Ward, by Ms. David, a second by Mr. Ward. Okay, all those in favor of the table? Okay, motion carries, where you at, Julie? You're okay. Motion carries, 4-1. Okay. All right, resolution for the temporary street closure of Chamber of Commerce Rock and Ride event.
Let me ask you, we're going through these sometime.
Okay, Mary?
You really should be reading some individually.
Okay, we're gonna go with the resolution, temporary street closure for the Chamber of Commerce, that Rock and Ride event. That's usually a pretty well-attended event.
I'll make a motion with you.
Okay, I got a motion by Mr. Terrell, I got a second by Mr. Buckley. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Resolution for temporary street closure for the City of Cleveland annual Christmas parade.
I'll make a motion with the resolution for closure.
Okay, I got a motion by Mr. Terrell, a second by Mr. Ward. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Resolution for temporary street closure for kids pop-up market. Okay, I got a motion by Mr. Buckley. Okay, I got a second by Mr. Ward. All those in favor? Okay, motion also carries 5-0. Okay, discussion and possible action regarding the 2023 to 2028 strategic plan update.
Mayor and council, as we discussed earlier during the workshop, we are doing our second update to our strategic plan. And so, the first part of the strategic plan is the actual plan itself. And then towards the very end, about halfway through, a little over halfway through, there is the update summary. And so that's actually just a recap of all the actual updates for each of the different sections. So, we've talked about this in the past that, doing an update every 3 months doesn't give you a whole lot of time to do a whole lot for any one thing, but you'll see that there's still quite a bit of items that, it's not a whole lot, but there's things that give the progression that moves for each of these items. And so, I think the department head and facilitators will kind of go through that summary just to kind of highlight the actual changes that have been updated since the last update that we had.
So, under organizational excellence, it was passed, several departments increased funding for employee training. We also had under the Leadership East Texas program, we have Tiffany and Wendy who have already started that program. Everything's going well there. Also under holding regular staff meetings, we have continued to do so, individual meetings along with department head meetings. Those have continued. Also, the city manager and myself, basically we have met with all of our employees, all of the departments, just to be very transparent, just to kind of let them know what is going on in our city, also to inform them of their benefits along with the adopted budget, also with the implementation of their increases for evaluations and whatnot. Last but not least, the update on the salaries and benefit structure. We just actually completed all that information actually on today. They will be receiving that increase on October 20th on their first paycheck. All evaluations were submitted. And that is all that I have under organizational excellence this time around.
Robert's coming up for the next one. There was 2 more items under organizational excellence. We did budget to implement implementing a replacement program for our computers in the budget. We had requested originally $40,000. We wanted to approve $20,000 to go towards a 3 to 5 year replacement program, as well as tonight we actually began the vision and mission statement. That was 1+400.
Well, Mayor and Council, I want to comment, kind of like what the mayor commented on about us growing. This strategic plan has a lot to do with what's happening in our city and what we got to do to structure to be ready for it, because it has been growing faster than we keep up. I believe we're all aware of that. But anyway, we've been talking about securing grants. I want to comment, Roger Brooks and myself have been talking to grant workers. We've been meeting with Ashton Crow 2 or 3 times on that, and Roger's working with some potential funding for his water meter program, which he'll comment on that. Increase in growth and development, market Cleveland to the development community and communities in a whole. Mr. Swagger and myself worked with Huntsville, Walker County. They've applied for an EDA grant, which is going to be a countywide over there, and they were looking for people. It's not only them applying, but also Sam Houston University, HCAC also applied, is helping with that, and they asked us to show a letter of support. So to join in with our communities, we showed a letter of support from myself and Mr. Swagger. So to help with that program, we're to build better relationship by doing that. Also as well, better relationship throughout our city. Having regular meetings, Mr. Swagger with the CISD and the chamber, so we can unite and become closer together one another. Mr. Swagger also is working with the community and CISD on the Cleveland school strategic planning. Hold on the open house, had some citizens at CISD. The city also set up a booth there to kind of show our support and kind of in unity in that. Establish goals, seek partnership with Cleveland ISD again. Cleveland ISD also is, they're working, and this gentleman I know, I've known him for a long time, good friend. Cleveland ISD got this Tango Fly, where Tango Fly, they go around the country throughout the United States where these students build airplanes. They get to build them in shop. They also, once they're built, they get to fly them, those that want to fly them, and then they sell the airplanes. It's a great program. So we're cities helping along, supporting that as well. We need opportunities of apartment, townhome construction, and identify developers and who want to do this. Pioneer Crossing Development, they had got a GLO grant here a few months back. Mr. Brooks and I went to Montgomery County Conroe, and we kind of got that grant for them and awarded that. They're gonna build a affordable housing project on Holly Street in corner 787. Anyway, that's an ongoing meeting. We've met with developers and builders again today. That, I mean, a lot of people come to Cleveland and want to build projects and things in our city, which is good. Work with investors. I mean, I could go on about this, but working with them is we want to attend the HGAC and show our endeavor there and work with their events to pull HGAC closer to our city. Actually, Mr. Brooks and myself tomorrow are going to be attending one in Deer Park with them as well. So we've been doing a lot more with HGAC. HGAC is really starting to pay a little more attention to Cleveland. Thank y'all.
Good evening. I want to elaborate on what we discussed earlier as far as the impact fee studies, private law. Council did approve that. And so our engineering, city's engineering is working on that to make that happen for us in the future so we can have funding for different structures or whatever we businesses coming to develop in our area. We have funding for that. Also, we met with the HGAC mitigation group in September. That's about our master plan for the drainage system. That's an ongoing session that takes time, but so park improvements. So we did improve our 7 water park lights back on the 21st of September. But all the lights are on, but we still need to do some more replacement lights and plans to replace them with LEDs, so save the city money in the long run, so it won't be so cost effective, probably cut down the cost. Also, on the parks improvement, myself and street superintendent went to Austin and looked at some ramps that we think it's a good idea for us to implement or address it at Campbell Park. If we more work, we need some concrete work needs to be done over in that area so we could make it fit. It's different parts, we could implement it state by state. And since we, council approved some funding for that, match funds with the skate coalition. So we're gonna try to make that happen, try to get our kids, skate kids, who skateboard and so forth in the area where it's more safe. I'm hoping to, for next year, planning ahead, I need to do one at a time, both wastewater plants to improve some of the funding for that. So hopefully next year, each process is like $300,000 to replace what needs to be done. So it'll be a total of $600. So I start with one plant, I'm working to the next one. So hopefully in the near future, that will be a step that we could eliminate that's already been completed. And so we're going to take stuff. We had an infrastructure and expansion of East Houston, which is from Washington to Grand Oaks up to 105 area. And so there's grant funding for that, matching fund, which I'm still waiting on their response back or the next step to process further. And that's all I have today.
I am tasked with, our facilitator for Enhanced Civic Pride, with establishing and hosting festivals, trade days, farmers markets, etc. We are continuing to do those types of things. With this upcoming budget, our budget was cut about $5,000. So we are looking at more partnerships. This past weekend, we did partner with like Texas Park and Wildlife, where we held a hunter's education bow hunters class. We are also looking at partnering with CISD on utilizing some of their departments and their civic club, should I say, in order to help us on the volunteer side as well, and hosting other events that we can with the budget cuts. We have also worked with, or currently have an HGAC campaign that we have partnered with. Some of you have probably already seen some of my emails coming through for Biketober. So we've partnered with HGAC on doing Biketober for the month of October. We've been trying to do a lot more of the Facebook advertising for that as well with events, just to get the community more involved in what we have going on with our events that we have currently. The other update too, with our budget, we still continue to apply for our grants. I fill out the grants for like the HEB community grant, Entergy community grant. We have been successful in receiving those grants. So that does help us when we are able to put on the events as well. The update for the strategic plan, reactivate the youth government committee. We felt like the youth government committee had been started at the high school, and we feel that it needs to start more so at the middle school. The kids at the high school are involved with so much activity, so many other civic clubs. So I have reached out to the middle school in order to see about trying to start up with the student government class, the government youth program, where they could come in, they could possibly shadow, we could go in, kind of explain to them what it is that the city does on a government side, and things like that. So we are working at possibly getting that started as well. And that's working with Ms. McCord. Establish citywide cleanup and campaign. We already have that established already. We do have our 2024 date already set for April 27th of 2024 for our next Clean Up Cleveland event. Eventually, hopefully with increase of volunteers and things like that, maybe this is something that we could possibly move to doing twice a year. Establish recognition program for volunteers. I must say that volunteers are kind of non-existent. Julius and even Mr. Ward, they've been at some of our events. They kind of know we don't get a lot of volunteers like we used to. So, you know, at Civic Center it's just a staff of 4. So you see us pretty much in, you know, the council that does come out and things like that. We may reach out to, you know, Heaven's Army, the school, and things like that. But volunteer recognition, our volunteers are kind of, we got to build that up. So that's pretty much it that we have on the enhancing of the civic pride.
The biggest thing is just continuing and enhancing what we currently have, especially since, our budget is tight. Any questions? Any questions?
I make a recommendation for when you clean up Cleveland.
Yes, sir.
So when I was in school, when I was a student council, when we went to the civic center and had everything, they already had it mapped out where each person had signed up. So like usually at school, they have a bunch of clubs.
Correct.
So like 8 of the clubs would have a street or a designated area they would pick up at, as opposed to, this year it was, if you want to do a street, here's the street we would like to get cleaned up. We're able to implement kind of certain groups where they're going to be here instead of having 10 people go to this street.
And we normally get that list from Public Works because we usually are not the ones out there. So we usually get that list of streets that they feel deemable that are, they could use help or, we could use help to, clean. But we can start mapping it out and having a map and maybe assigning an area. It's just, we try to give people that are familiar with the area that choice.
It was just easier for us, I know when I was in school, hey, we gotta be right here is where we're starting at, and you end up back there.
Yes.
Logistically, it was easier for everybody.
Yes.
Thank you.
We can definitely look at mapping it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now that's the update on the 23 to 2028 strategic update plan number 2. Item number 16, discussion and possible action regarding the fire agreement with Liberty County and possible options for funding and budget reduction.
Mayor and Council, Sean's got a presentation that he'll go through here in just a minute. We've had this discussion numerous times as we've gone through the budget process, that we have had an agreement with the county for several years, on funding agreement for that. We provide services outside the city limits to the residents of the county. And so we did go back to the county and request that funding be increased from $91,000 to $400,000 based on our cost for those services over the last 3 years. Also realizing that based on our budget for next year, that cost is going to be roughly about $600,000 or just over $600,000 to provide those same services. A lot of that is because of the SAFER grant that is running out this month. And next month, we will be paying for the firefighters 100%. And that's a huge cost increase to the city because of that. But that also means that our costs to provide those services in the county increases substantially as well. And so we did request, we talked to the judge, we talked to our commissioners. The mayor and I went to the commissioner's court, and we again pleaded, asking for the $400,000 in their budget. And so after that, we did receive our agreement back from the county requesting that we agree to provide those services again for the $91,000. And so that's kind of where we're at tonight. We need to consider that agreement or funding that at $91,000. No funding, $91,000 for them to provide those services, or not agreeing to that and moving forward in a different direction. And so, with that, that's kind of the introduction, just to let everybody know that we did request the funding and we did not get the additional funding from the county. And as we discussed in the budget process, if we didn't get we budgeted to receive the $400,000. If we didn't, that means we would have to do some additional cuts. So if we agree to the $91,000, then we'll have to cut $300,000 out of the budget. And so Anyway, with that, I'll let Sean move on to his presentation that he's got prepared, and then we can talk more about it as we go on.
Mayor, council, appreciate you. Scott's covered most of it, so we'll just try to fill in some of the blanks. I did want to start with something that I know that none of you know or that you've not heard so far. Cleveland's growing.
Thanks, Sean.
So because of that, we're facing these issues. And it's been said a few times that we're facing these issues because of we're having to start paying for the firefighters now that the Safer grant is ended. It was known 4 years ago when the grant was accepted that we were going to be paying for firefighters when the grant ended. So, not that that's not part of it, but that's not the reason. I just want to get that out. Sorry. So what I have for you tonight is some information to kind of cover what we've been talking about the growth and the changes that we're having, and to show what the county has been doing up to this point. I believe you have it in your packets also, but it will be on the board if you can see it. Unfortunately, when you make a slideshow on your computer, it looks great, and then you put it on a big screen on the wall and you can't read it, so I apologize. So the first slide is the overall call volume for the Cleveland Fire Department by fiscal year. Because when I was the deputy chief and then became fire chief, we tracked it both ways for coming up with information for the fiscal year and then keeping up for the calendar year, because we track it for the state and national reporting agencies. I did want to point out a couple things on this one. In 1920, you can see the total overall number dropped significantly. That was COVID. People were told to stay home and not get out of their house. Our number one call volume has been and has always been car wrecks. With the interstate, the number of highways we have, the farm market roads that we have, the reason we have more probably hydraulic tools than most departments our size is because we run more vehicle wrecks than most. There's been multiple times a day where we're running entrapments in different ends of the territory at the exact same time. So our call volume is usually topped by motor vehicle wrecks. There weren't a lot of people on the roads at the time. Our call volume dropped significantly during that time. When Scott came to work here, we all sent him information on our departments and what we do and where we're at and that kind of stuff. And the information I gave him at the time was, I fully expect us, with the increase in call volume that we've seen each year, we're going to top 2,500 calls by 2025. So I missed it by 2 years. At the end of the fiscal year, we ran 2,677 calls. The next one, there you go. So it's impossible to see it there, and I apologize, but you can look in your packets. So the red marks are the busiest months in those years. The yellow marks are the slowest months in those years. The two things I wanted to point out in this is on the far right side, you have the average call per month for the different years. You can see from the increase in there from 2012, we ran 46 calls a month, to 2023 currently, we're at 232 calls a month. The one I wanted to really point out, though, is August of 2012, we ran 44 calls. That's a little over one call a day. August of 2023, we ran 344 calls. That's almost 12 calls a day. And I didn't ask them to. They chose to be here tonight, if y'all don't mind. So in 2012, we had 40 volunteers on the list to make those 44 calls. If we catch a call right now, well, everybody that's with Cleveland Fire Department that's going to respond to a call right now, please stand. Now I'm standing too, because y'all see me, I leave also. So that's what we have. We do have a few that are still in the area that will respond, but that's pretty much it. We're heavily reliant on mutual aid and surrounding mutual aid companies for other departments and other agencies and stuff around our area that come in and help us. Unfortunately, the ones closest to us are volunteer organizations. They may or may not show up. The county next to us, they have emergency funding for their areas. They'll show up because they're there, they're paid to be there, and they're going to show up. So, but I wanted to point that out. Next one. This shows fiscal years for the years that I have. When I became chief, I tried to find additional information. There wasn't a lot that was saved. So this is just what I have from what I've kept up. This is what the county has paid us each year for fire protection outside the city. As you can see, there has been a little bit of an increase over the years. There hasn't been for the last few years. The big thing on this is I listed the number of calls outside the city in the center. And you can see it's on average, it's a high 600 number until you get to this year. This year with the drought, the number of wildfires and stuff that we've had in the area, including the 100-acre one that we had out on County Road 325, we blew that out by about 400 calls. But we're still going to make the same amount of money we've made for the last 4 years.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Yes, sir.
On all these, on this presentation right now, the county has, it's costing, they're paying us about roughly $100 a call is what we're getting paid.
Yes.
So, it's quite ridiculous.
The next slide, again, I apologize, it's hard to see it there. This is the same form that you all saw during the budget process that city manager and I worked on together to explain kind of where we're at and where the funding goes to for what our current budget is and for the call volume that we've had over the last couple of years on average, and it shows you the increases. So kind of in the center of the page, it shows you the percentage of increase by year. There's been very little increase from 20 to 21 to 22 until you get to this year. But again, looking at the average totals on there and seeing that everything that's outside the city, everything, 98%, the 98% is 98% of our calls are in Liberty County. City of Cleveland is still in Liberty County, so whether we're responding in the city or outside the city, we're still in Liberty County. The 2% is when we go to San Jacinto County or Montgomery County and go help them out. That's very little of our call volume. So almost all of our call volume in one way or another is in Liberty County, but whether it's in the city or outside the city. But as Councilman Buckley just pointed out, they're paying on an average of about $100 a call. We brought it forth to y'all during the budget meetings that our average per call is $580 per call.
So about a six.
Yes. So the next one, you all passed our fee schedule, and we appreciate that. But these are the rates that I brought to you before we had a fee schedule that we did the increase on a few months ago. This is if we make an incident, whether it's inside the city or outside the city, and you have insurance, vehicle insurance, homeowner's insurance, whatever it is, we have a company that we utilize to bill the insurance company, because whether most people realize it or not, your policy has built into it fees for that to be paid. All we're doing is utilizing those fees. So these are the fees that were approved and that are on our fee schedule for what we charge to those insurance companies. Currently, we don't charge someone who doesn't have insurance, nor do we go take anyone to collections. So, but those are things we can look into if you all would like us to. So just some of the stuff. So MVC is motor vehicle collision. Like I talked about, our number one call volume are car wrecks. The reason why there's a space between there is because they basically have 3 levels of the car wrecks. If we're not really doing much but traffic control and make sure things are okay and stabilize the scene real quick, it's the lower end. If we're having to do more and do a little bit of cleanup for hazardous materials and stuff like that, it's the higher end. Vehicle fires are shown on there, extrication, so we're having to get out those hydraulic tools and cut someone's car to rescue them from a vehicle. Setting up a landing zone for make it a safe spot for a helicopter to land. Hazardous materials can be a long, drawn-out process. The longer it is, the more stuff we use. That's the higher end. There's not much going on. It's the lower end, so there's a gap in there. The next ones are different types of fire incident stuff we have. These are per hour. So if we take a large truck, a fire engine, the pumper, that's 538. Ladder truck's 673. Boosters or tankers are 404. The pickup truck that I drive is $337. Unless I go to the county, then it's $100. The rates at the bottom are not on our schedule fee. Those are suggestions from when we've had some rates in the past that were not picked up because they're not part of the billing, because that's not something you can bill insurance. But if we look at doing going to collections or doing other charges, to add the service fees and the disregard fees, because that's things that we've charged in the past, but we don't currently charge. So that could, it's not going to create a lot, but it's going to help. It could bring in a little bit more. So as I said, currently the fire department bills for any incident in our fire district, whether it's inside the city limits or outside the city limits, because we have part of our fire district is outside of the city limits itself. And I want to stress our fire district, because I understand the council is discussing what's going on within the city and the city budget, and I understand that. But the reality is, of the members that we have in the Cleveland Fire Department currently, we have one member that lives in the city limits. One. So we charge insurance companies for, as I said before, vehicle fires, residential fires, if they have insurance on those. We currently do not do collections or send anyone to collections. We can add that. There's actually a little click button on the program that says, are they a resident? Yes or no. And I can click a button. Yes, they are. They won't get charged. No, they're not. They'll get charged. So, but that's something we'll have to change in the ordinance for the billing for the fire department, if you so choose to do so. And also wanted you to know that if the incident is in another fire department's district, if we go to Tarkington and help them with a house fire, that's their district. We're not going to charge that homeowner in their district because that's their district. They need funds just like everybody else does. We're not going to try to take their funds from them, because that's not, to me, that's not fair. So we don't charge when we go outside, but if we were receiving the money from the county that we feel we should be getting, we shouldn't have to worry about charging someone else's residents. And I used Plum Grove as an example there, but it's same for Tarkington. And then the last one is any guidance that you have for us on what you would like us to do with the county contract that's before you, which is the same $91,000 that it's been for the last 3 or 4 years, or what you would like us to do to move forward.
Can we bill the county every call we do? Because I say, can we bill the county every time we do something outside the city limits?
We can do that. That was what was previously done before the county started the county agreement, was that we billed them basically, I think it was a monthly charge, and they would send bills monthly for the services that they provided. And so they had fee structure at that time that they utilized, which we have a fee schedule now that we can utilize to do that. That would be one thing, is to basically not approve the agreement and then start sending the county a bill every month for those services outside the city. That would be one option. If we were to do that, because the other part of this is, again, where our budget stands. And so if we were to do that, knowing that we would be receiving some revenue, I think we would need to not necessarily go through and make cuts tonight, but to monitor what that expense is and what the revenue is that we get from the county over the next couple of months, and then continue to monitor that throughout the year to see where we fall, how much money we receive from the county, and how is our budget looking at that point. And then if we need to, if we see 3 months, 4 months from now, see that we are going to have to make some cuts, then we can look at making those cuts at that time. But that would be one option. Again, if we agree with the 91,000, then we need to cut $300,000, tonight, because we know that we're not gonna get that money. I think we need to also look at, as far as the county, we got the agreement, but I also think we need to look at, like Chief Anderson brought up, we do not charge currently, go to collections for anybody. I think it's one thing that we might need to look at, is going to collections for anybody outside the city. Whether or not it's a city resident, we don't pay the collections, but if you're outside the city, you're not paying taxes, it's a cost to us, we need to, maybe have a collection, the building, because the building agency that we have can go to collections, and we just have not done that in the past. That would require us to do a new amendment to our contract, into the ordinance to allow that to happen, and that's what we can bring back in November to the council for consideration as well. Another item that we continue to provide, that we have discussed numerous times in our budget as well, is the fact that we do provide dispatch services for the north side of town. And we do not receive any funding from the county for those services. And so that was part of the $400,000 request that we were asking from the county, was to help pay for those dispatch services that we currently provide. And so we all know that the county has built a new facility. They have a new dispatch facility for the county at this point. And so that's another thing that we need to consider, because that is putting a strain on our current dispatchers, that we are taking all those calls, and those calls can take a lot of time for our staff. And so do we want to continue to provide those services to the county at no charge, or do we need to inform them that, as of the end of this year or whatever, we are going to no longer be able to take those calls for them, but they're going to need to handle those calls, and we'll just take the calls that are within the city or within our district. Again, this agenda has a lot of information into it, because this is a very complicated, complex situation. We were all hoping that the county would agree to the $400,000 funding, but that did not happen. So now we're in this situation that we're in tonight.
But one sure thing is, we gotta do something.
Correct.
We can't let this continue any longer. We gotta, we can't afford it. So.
And that's where, when he was talking about the fee schedule we had previously from the county, that's where I had the disregarding the service call was from that. And that's just I increased tremendously from what it was, back in the day, back when we used to do that before they did what they term now the level billing, the set amount they pay us now, so.
I've got a few comments on this whole program. A few months ago, maybe a year ago, when we came up to 91,000, I was questioning, inflation was hitting us at 9% at that time. Why are we going back and just giving 91? So it's a little bit more complicated than that. And I know we approached the county, Judge Knight, and commissioners. Right now, our city is split right down the middle. One commissioner on this side, another commissioner on this side. Right now, I don't know that we get anything from that. What we have on our local agreement? Has that ever been signed?
We have a new local agreement with the county to kind of share equipment and stuff for maintenance. And so.
Okay, have we got any of that equipment? Have we been sharing that?
No, we have not. I know how Roger has talked to them.
So we're shortchanged there too. Okay, now, are these legit numbers? If you take this to the county, Judge Knight will look at it and say, these are really beat up. These are not legit.
The county received the same information that you have when they went through their budget process, and they decided to give us 91,000 anyway.
But I'm saying, did they receive those numbers or just from you? Are they going to argue the point that you've got inflated numbers?
The spreadsheet that you have in your packet was the one that we have presented to the commissioners and the judge, and also presented in the letter. Back earlier in the budget process, the council approved a letter or request asking for them to, $400,000. That was the letter that was given to them.
Basically, another year, somebody went over to the
Correct.
commissioner's court, they basically did what? Told you no, told you come back?
Well, they would consider it. They would
So
consider it.
my question is, what are our options?
At this point, their consideration, they did not fund it, so they're asking us to sign the agreement that they will give us $91,000 in return we provide the service to the county.
And we don't sign the agreement, then how do we look when a fire happens and we don't respond to it?
Well, we can respond when they call us, we'll just send them a bill for it. Because we still mutual aid. And now, they will probably send us a bill when we call for them to mutual aid us and provide us assistance. But we are requested to go out a whole lot more than we request them to assist us.
Back to your statement there, how often is that, right? That we require that they,
You have, I mean,
I don't have the exact numbers, but I can get them for you, but we go out a lot more than they come in.
well, I guess it's kind of like ETJ. You've got somebody who's outside and their ETJ has been in actually the city. Now they want out of the city limits. They require us to provide water, sewer, fire protection, police protection, health, emergency help. And yet, then they don't want to pay it, want to get out of it. And yet, if we don't respond to a house that's on fire, it makes us look, there's got to be some understanding that we've got to be paid for our services. We can't keep taking it in the red. That's what we're doing, right? And, have you thought about going back to a couple of people at committee and approaching Judge Knight with this situation? And I know he's going to go back to his commissioners and talk about it. But I've always wanted this. Everything in North Florida County that we spend money on, with sales tax, with property taxes, a certain percent goes to school, another percent goes to the city, and the county. And the county, with that amount of money, how much of that money is returned to the North Florida city? Has anybody ever asked or looked it up, given a number? I've wanted to know that for many years. I've been here 35 years, and I wonder, what kind of aid are we coming back up from Liberty County to us? I'd sure like to know the number. I don't think it's going to be very high.
well, every one of our citizens that live inside of Cleveland only pay city taxes, but they pay county taxes, which also is supposed to help provide those services.
I understand. We have a police force, we get prisoners, we have to take them every time. And there is a problem. Even the court is, the county court is a county rate, it's a county seat. So they're in charge of that. I understand all that, but there's got to be some money that's got to be coming back up here to help us with these things. So what are our options?
And Councilman Terrell, I believe that we agree with you on that, and that's why we went to them and said, we need a portion of that money back so that we can provide the emergency services that you need us to provide outside of the city.
Okay, and they told you no. Did you stick around and contest it? Or as I suggested, maybe the committee would go over and sit down with them and talk to them.
Again, they didn't tell us no. They told us they would consider it, and then they sent us a piece of paper with 91,000 on it.
Then they said no.
It was in the middle of September.
They were very receptive and listened to what we said, but at the end of the day, they gave us, the answer was, wait and see.
What did our two commissioners do?
You get
We're 41 to live our city right down the road. And one commissioner is one side, and commissioner is the other side.
Well, I mean.
Only time you see them when it's election time.
Well, guys,
Yes.
guys, we gotta come up with something. I mean, if not tonight, we gotta come up with something real quick. Well, what are we, I mean, it's not like we only getting $100 a call now. So, I mean, either way it goes, I mean, you know, we have to make some kind of statement.
When we make these out of city costs, what do most of them, what is it? I know the answer. My suggestion is get a committee together and approach Judge Knight. All the councilors said in
We've done that. We've met with them here.
You went to a number of commissions.
Well, we also met with them here.
We had a sit-down meeting with them before the commissioners, before they started their budget process. And the same information that we gave you all that we were turning into them, we turned into them then for their consideration, so that all of the commissioner court members had that information when they went into their budget process, that's what we were asking for and why we were asking for that amount. And we got a contract back for the same $91,000.
Now, if you decide tonight to not approve the contract and say we're going to send them a bill every month, they may be willing to reconsider.
What are we going to do?
You know, but if we just table it and say we want to meet and discuss, I don't know if we're going to get very far. But if we start sending them a bill, they may want to reconsider.
As far as us meeting with them again and discussing, I think that would be a moot point, rather, because we've explained the situation to them. I mean, Scott gave them a complete presentation, line by line. You know, this is costing us. They understand full well the situation we're in. So, you know, we have to make some kind of action. We have to take some kind of something.
What do you think?
You've got 5 things on this agenda to basically do, and I would do all 5 of them. I would ask for my $91,000, and I'd send them a bill for every fire that we go through. I would then turn around and get me a collection agency, and I would start trying to collect what you don't have. As far as the dispatching, I turn it over to the county. You got to save some money somewhere. And then I have that judge come up here and we'll talk to him politely.
We already talked about it.
I've been very I can tell you right now, they're not going to give you a dime.
But, okay, the money on the dispatching, I mean, we paying county taxes. We paying for that already.
I know you are, but I know those individuals over there. If you can get blood out of the turnip, go ahead.
I think you did something, maybe this is its part.
But I'd make them understand the situation that we're in.
Well, they not.
You know how you get a horse to drink? Stick his head on water. So you're going to have to do something. Take whatever means that you can. But you got 5 items on here, and I wouldn't miss a lick. I'd try all 5 of them.
Well, Scott, if we take the 91,000, would we still have the right to bill them on the balance?
Well, if we sign the agreement, then we'll provide those services at 91,000.
Take out 91,000, whatever you got going to come in there, we'll do the rest.
I tell them, I know for the last 4 years, they've been making that constant fire apparatus, tire, everything, gasoline going, it's going up. So very cost to do that.
Well, technically, you can't take the 91,000, that's agreeing to it, and you can waive all the rest of it. But I would definitely talk to that judge and the county commissioners. You've got 2 of them right here. One of them sitting on the other side of the road over there. There's nothing wrong with inviting him in here and asking him why he voted against it.
He did vote.
I don't know, did he? That's what we want to find out. We want to know if he's on our side or not. If he's not, then we don't want him as the county commissioner. That goes with the other one. You're gonna have to play hardball with these people because they're used to it. If you think you're gonna just ask them, they'll smile at you and pat you on the back. So you're gonna have to come up with something. And you're gonna have to try all of this, as well as trying to get them to drink water.
And at the end of the day,
You may not get anything.
but at the end of the day, the situation we're in now, we're passing our losses to our taxpayers
Yes.
and raising their fees. And that's a disservice to our constituents. So, we have to, do something. I understand the people in Liberty, they're, I don't know what their situation is, but we gotta worry about our situation.
Sean, when you respond to a fire outside of town, do you know if it's really a fire, or do you know if it's a false alarm, or how does the dispatching work?
No, sir, they dispatch us they were called for the report of a structure fire. I can't tell you the number of times it happens, and then we show up and somebody's burning leaves behind their house. But because somebody's driving down the road and the smoke's coming out from underneath the eaves of their house, it looks like the house is on fire when they were driving by, and we show up and their barbecue pit's too close to the house, so it's making it look like it's on fire, and it's just the barbecue pit, and we're like, hey, y'all have a good dinner, we'll see you later.
The cheapest apparatus we can send would be a booster.
Correct.
Why don't we do that before we send a pumper?
Because then if it is a structure fire and someone's trapped inside and they die, I go to court.
I realize that, but we're talking dollars now, not lives.
I'm sorry, the city of Cleveland doesn't have other price online.
I understand what you're saying, but please understand me. On this side of the table, we have to make this balance. And we're really trying to do our very best to supply the service to everybody equally. But if you don't have the money to put the gas in the truck to go, you're not saving lives, and you're not running, you're just maintaining. So before we get to a situation where we're just maintaining, let's send an apparatus there, a booster or something, to get there before the rest of us get there, before you send a pumper, because the pumper is paid for by the citizens of Cleveland. The truck is paid for by the citizens of Cleveland. Booster maybe not, and the tanker maybe not. So I'm just offering a suggestion. I'm not trying to say this is what we ought to do, but we might save $1.
I have a question, serious interruption. So you're saying, if you go 5 miles out, and come to find out that it's a structure fire, you send a boost out there, you know how long it takes for an apparatus to get to that point?
I sure do.
By that time, you're wasting your time.
When I was at 34th Fire Station, Jensen Drive and Berry Road, we had to respond to Lake Houston, all the way through Porter, back on Ford Road.
I understand that, but
We never saved the house.
we're talking about Cleveland, so not Houston. Let's talk about Cleveland.
5 miles, it'll probably take you anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes.
By that time, what happens?
Oh, absolutely.
So-
But I don't have the gas to put in that apparatus.
But if that's your house and you're
Yeah.
relying on that and you see a booster show up,
Well,
I'm gonna say if it was my house and a booster showed up,
Sure.
I would be one PO'd hot-tailed English woman with language coming out of my mouth that my mother would turn red. But
I totally understand. And I would be in
I
the
couldn't
same
see
shape.
that.
I would feel the same way and react the same way. But right now, you got $91,000. How far do you think you're gonna get?
Well, that's something that, we gotta look at. We gotta come to some type of consensus on what we're gonna do with this. Not going anywhere.
So can we find somebody else to do that job for $91,000?
No,
That's just the deal.
no, there's no one in.
But if they call us and we don't respond, we're the bad guy.
yes, because people will say I have a Cleveland address and then they don't
A
live
couple
in.
years ago, when they had a fire chief, his name was, third name? what's his name? No, the other one.
Brian McNevin.
McNevin. He left a bad taste in the city, in the surrounding area. Nobody didn't like us anymore after he was a fire chief here. We called him for assistance, they never showed. Because he didn't support the surrounding area. And so we're gonna step back to that time zone. And we have a subdivision off of Mullen Cemetery.
Yes.
That is our area.
Yeah.
So if we don't respond to our area, how is it they gonna respond to us?
You have to respond to everything. That's the point. You have to. I mean, it is in the nature of a fireman to
You can't send just a little bit of apparatus, that's gonna just, excuse my language, piss on the water. You need ample to put the water out.
That's why we need to confirm somehow whether it's a garbage fire, barbecue pit, or the backside of the house. If we can save the apparatus, the fuel, by confirming what's out there, then we know what we can send. It's just another step to saving a nickel.
Okay, well, look, let's get back on our mission. Council, I'm asking everybody, Scott gave us, 2 proposals. Will we take the 91,000? Or do we start billing them for every call? Do we don't take the 91,000 and bill them for every call?
Say we do it for every call.
I agree.
Yep.
I agree that you're gonna have to bill them first. But they may just pay you the 91,000 and say, hey, we're through, we're through.
That's the how you okay with that? Bill? Yeah, but
And you're gonna have to say,
when they come to my house, they're gonna bill me. You know what I'm saying? So what's wrong with billing? We paying taxes and I'm still getting the bill. They not paying no taxes and they not getting no bill.
you don't know whether they'll just give you, pay you up to 91,000 and say, we paid you January, February, March, but we're out of money.
We paid you a contract.
Well, that's why we're gonna have to market.
Yes.
And maybe they'll be willing to do some negotiation, because again, we asked for 400,000 based on the last 3 years, knowing that our expense next year is gonna be 600,000. So really,
Even if they doubled it, it would have been nice to say, hey, they're trying.
they're trying.
They're not trying.
Well, that was our hope. Me and Scott discussed that on the way home after the meeting. That was our hope. At least we could get a good faith showing, just give us something.
I mean, good faith would have been even to round it up to even $100,000 to say, hey,
Yeah.
we're trying to look at our bills, but they have said nothing. You know nothing. You don't know what. Their expenditures or their revenue.
Okay, well, look, let's decide.
Let's go back.
We bill.
Let's go back to what Councilman Mallory stated at the start. You will be accept.
You can accept the 91,000. You can go to a billing monthly to them. You can set up a collection. You can transfer your dispatching from here to the county if you want to. And you can meet with those commissioners and the judge. Yeah. I'm with Mr. Buckley here. I don't want the 91,000. I'm accepting this as my results of our commission. And we're willing to take that. Well, I'm not willing to take that. I want to do the monthly, but they may just pay you up to 91,000. We don't know that. And then again, they may not. They may continue to pay it. We got to try. But I would set up a collection. I'd find somebody to help me get revenue. That's what we desperately need.
The company we currently use will, for insurance purposes, will do collections now, so.
Okay.
So we'll get with them to provide us
An update.
Okay.
change the agreement, bring that back to November.
Got a legal question. Mary Ann, what? Are we okay with this?
Yes, everything you discussed, you can do. I will say, you can approve the agreement, you're at the 91,000. vis-à-vis the county. That doesn't mean you can't also pursue collections.
Hey, that didn't answer my question, really. I mean, what do we have to lose?
So you're saying accept the 91,000,
Yeah.
and also charge them.
No, she's saying if you accept the 91,000, that's all you're gonna get from the county. We can do collections in the insurance. But you accept the 91,000, that's all you're gonna get from the county. You can't do both. You can bill them or accept the 91, not both.
Let's just go, because the 91,000, that's $100 a call. So basically, that's a loss there.
So what we need, we need this is an action item for the agreement, so I think we vote to deny the agreement with the county. And then our direction from county, or from the council, is to start billing the county for those services that are rendered. We'll contact the collection, or the billing agency, get them to start to work on a agreement change or amendment to the contract to add collections for non-resident. And then we will also inform the county that we want to no longer, at the end of the year, if you want to get on, we need to have some kind of transition.
Dispatching you're talking about?
To stop the dispatching.
We need to find out whether their dispatching is up. It hasn't been working properly in the last 3 or 4 months, so. They did have some problems. They did have some problems.
But once they get it working properly and they're able to.
Okay. As soon as it's working, we need to take off full.
Yeah.
And then meet with the county to see if they want to.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Lowry, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we decline the $91,000 that they're offering for our fire department. I would like to start a monthly billing collection or billing the non-resident in fire, looking at transferring our dispatching to the county when they're operating correctly. And I'd like to meet with those 2 commissioners and the judge. That's my motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Lowry and a second by Mr. Terry. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, the motion carries 5-0. So, well, for whatever's worth, I'm glad that we were able to come to a consensus on this, because I think we're doing, well, I know we're doing right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sherman. Okay. Status on the Q1 hub at the Cleveland Airport. Quonset hub?
Yeah.
Last month.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you all for being here.
And it's a situation that's, it's going to become sticky. The Quonset hut right now is being driven by a gentleman in Chuck. He's an elderly gentleman, very, very nice gentleman, and he rents it for $375. The size of that Quonset hut is big enough. For right now, I think I counted 6 or 7 airplanes. So the fact that if he is, and I don't know if this should be true or heard, but if he's leasing it out to other people, put those planes in there, he's making money off of it, and I understand it's against the law. About that to make money off the rented space. So I'm just asking that we somehow approach this gentleman. And also another thing is to look at the Quonset hut to see if it's salvageable or if it needs to be demoed. And I would like to see us start this process with the gentleman. We've been talking about it, the airport people have been talking about it for 6 months. And I'd like to see this start. To bring it to the end, to maybe discuss it with Chuck and find out what his plans are, and I doubt if he's even got a lease. I know both of these gentlemen got leases on the hangar spaces, but
Yes.
He does, and has it been 375 for the last few years, or has it gone up?
I don't know when that rate is paid. But that's the current rate for the Bunsen Hills,
Yes.
375. Now, when that was started and how long it's been in place, I'm not familiar.
Well, anyway, that's the background on this, it was in the 17.
And I do know that I've talked to Blake, and Blau Engineering does not have a structural engineer with their organization, but he has contacts with others, and so he is trying to arrange a time that another structural engineer can come out here and meet with us and go look at the Quonset hut, just to kind of give us an idea of what he thinks the condition of that Quonset hut is from a professional standpoint, whether or not that's something that, yes, it's something that we definitely, is structurally sound, we just need to do some maintenance, and do maybe some upgrades to that facility, or no, it's not, it doesn't look structural, and we need to consider, demoing or doing something else with it.
Could we not get a couple of gentlemen that we know do construction to go look at it? I know this conversation's come up, and.
We have had that already.
Pardon?
We've had that already.
Okay, just a minute. First of all, until I've been out there, nobody has a key for it. Is that true?
Yes.
So that's
We can get in there, but,
I know, no code. You said this
But
conversation.
we've talked to Clay about trying to get something arranged.
Well, we are in the process of we're considering different options for our employees. I mean, wouldn't it be a little easier if once we get everything situated and squared up, which route we're gonna go? And, it's gonna be a problem with getting the keys or, whatever.
Well, the only thing I'm saying is yes, we're fixing to have to change the airport, possibly. But yet, we can come to anywhere we start talking this conversation over, and then you're going to be another 3 months down the road. I mean, it's our airport, it's our Quonset hut. Why can't we go inside there and look at it, see what kind of structure it is?
I should have a key for that Quonset hut. Hopefully by the week. Hopefully we'll have a key by the weekend. Now, there has been a construction company that has been inside it, that has looked at the, that has looked at the structure. They feel like the structure, the bones of the structure is solid. But obviously, we want somebody to go in there and look at it. And hopefully we'll have a key shortly.
Okay, well, it served my purpose, the fact that we brought it up and we talked about it. Okay. And everybody knows where we're at.
And hopefully in January or soon, we'll get it all done.
And this is not an action item.
Okay, item number 18, would this also be a discussion item about the observation area and the Cleveland Airport? Scott?
This was also an item that was brought up by Mr. Councilman Farrell at the last council meeting to discuss the observation area at the Cleveland Airport. This is something that the airport board themselves have talked about for several months now. And I think I was not able to be at the last meeting last Thursday, but I know that John was here, who's the current chairman of the airport board. He can kind of discuss a little bit about what was said and what areas they're looking at, and kind of talk about, you can kind of see the shaded area there with that triangle or that, whatever that shape is.
It's called the trapezoid. But, so this trapezoid here that's shaded in, that's called the runway protection zone. What that is, for people that don't know, is a runway protection zone. It's landing, that area is the Federal Aviation Administration wants to keep that area open for us in case things go bad when you're landing an airplane, obviously.
Could you get it for me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Show 787.
This is 787. Yeah, if you don't know, this is the end of, when did this quit working? There it is. So this is the end of 16. That's the north end of the airport, north end of the runway. This is 787, obviously running east and west. Obviously, our runway runs north and south. And this shaded area is that runway protection zone. Originally, we put in, with the Federal Aviation Administration, have the area right here for the observation area. And obviously, they shut us down. They sent this back to us and said that they don't want anything put in this specific area due to it's a runway protection zone, and obviously they don't want any plane crashes, even though we got 787 across there. That is the area that if something's going to go south, that's the most likely area.
They don't want people congregating in that area.
And yes, they don't want anything built in that area, congregating in that area, that kind of thing. So,
you can drive across the zone, like a driveway.
Well, currently 787 goes across the zone.
I know, but we do what we were originally wanting to do, it's gonna cost a lot more money to get the driveway.
Well, yeah, well, correct. Originally, we were gonna put it in the corner, right there on the corner of our property line on 787. But the FAA shut that down because of the runway protection zone. Then we looked at extending it down here and putting it right outside the runway protection zone. But that's just not cost prohibitive at all. You'd be running a road all the way down there. It's just not cost prohibitive. So speaking to the FAA, we went over a lot of options, and all of them, the cost is it's just not cost prohibitive. So this was the suggestion. And by the way, the original reasoning behind putting it up there was to be able to keep the citizens outside of the airport, where they could come watch planes anytime they wanted. This is what this is done for, realistically, is the citizens of Cleveland surrounding area where they can come watch planes. I currently, go back to that last one. So my airplane is right here in this hangar. So I currently, when my hangar is open, I can obviously see 787, and I constantly see people parked along 787 here watching airplanes. And it's just not a safe place to park, to say the least. But they pull up there, they park there to watch airplanes. I've seen several times where people are having to slow down and go around the car because people are stopping to watch planes. So our original location, we felt like was a good location. It would keep them outside of the airport, but yet they would be able to park there. Not the best viewing area, still a ways away from the runway, but needless to say, they knocked us down on that, and really would rather us pick another location. So this next location is basically the consensus of where we came up with it. So to explain this, your red line there is right behind the FBO. The FBO being the building, our fixed base operations, the terminal area out there at the airport. This is the terminal building. And so what we came up with the FAA is basically this area. If you can see the green little shade here, what that is simulating is basically a concrete area, just a concrete sidewalk onto a concrete pad. And you don't see it, but along here there's a 4-foot chain link fence currently. It's open right here where this red line is currently, where you can drive out onto the ramp, to where you can load a plane, unload a plane with luggage or whatever the purpose would be. And so the idea is to put a gate here. You can do an electronic gate to where that would still make it easily accessible to the tenants of the airport or whoever needed to come out and still bring in luggage and everything. But that would block it off to where no one could get through there. And then you'd run this red line, probably not quite this far. The FAA is the one that did this drawing. We don't need it. We don't need it quite this big. We could actually bring. I was out there looking at it this morning. We could actually bring this red line almost back to where this bottom green line is, and save a ton of money, and then just do the concrete pad right in this area. And so then you would park in the parking lot. You would just take the sidewalk up to the observation area here. We would do a sign on 787. So obviously with an arrow showing the airport observation area. And then we'd do signage around the airport there to where they could drive into the airport, park in the parking lot, walk over their observation area. And it would make it open when the airport is open. Obviously, if you don't know our airport, the gates close after operation hours. Those operation hours are going to change January 1st, basically. That's what the plan is. So they'll be open a little bit more than they are currently now as far as the gates, where the citizens can come in. And all we're doing is controlling the citizens. Right now, you'll come out there and there'll be somebody driving around out here around planes, and it'll be just somebody from town wanting to come out and look at planes. Miss David? No, I'm joking. She does come out and look at planes. We haven't caught her out there driving around yet. It's just going to keep the honest people out. 4-foot fence, 4-foot chain link fence, I think it would be, a really nice add-on and give the citizens a place to come watch airplanes. The other big advantage for this is these big white markers here, if you don't know what those are what they call the 1,000-foot markers. So on the runway, when you're landing, you aim for the numbers, you land at the 1,000-foot markers. And so this area, this would be the prime area to watch planes, because this is where everything happens, is right here. So that would be the ideal spot. And that's kind of where we're at on a suggestion on where to put it and looking for advice. I will say real quick on our fire department, totally off the subject, and I apologize, Mayor, but here recently I had to have an emergency landing myself. I had a situation on someone else's airplane, and the gear wouldn't come up. I was in Lufkin, Texas, flying back to Baytown, Texas. And I had a situation where ATC, Air Traffic Control, had to declare us an emergency. And I had 3 airport choices to go to. And we needed to obviously make a decision very quickly. The furthest one of the 3 was Cleveland. I was a little closer to Livingston and about the same distance from Liberty. And it was an easy decision for me. Now, granted, I have the advantage that I'm involved in the city. I'm here. I know people. I know our police department. I know our fire department. But so I did have a little bit of an advantage. But without hesitation, I chose Cleveland. And obvious reasons. I knew my fire department would be there to help me. I knew my police department would be there to help me. If things all went really bad, I wasn't going to die. They may have to be cutting me out of an airplane, but I wasn't going to die. And the other 2 locations were definitely questionable. And here we go. I mean, I think our fire department and our police department are a resource that nobody can ever do without, that's for sure. And so I commend them. And sure enough, we landed and everything went good, and that the cavalry was there just in case. So my hat's off to them, and what they're having to deal with is completely ludicrous. But anyway, so that's our observation area. Any questions on that?
And going back to this one real quick, just for those of you that are on the EDC board, I know we've got several here. One for the pavilion, one of the options that they were discussing earlier was possibly doing the pavilion out on this observation area for the landing. So that would be an area for consideration for y'all to look at when y'all meet next time.
And that would, and that, I don't know how big the pavilion is offhand, but that, yes, that would be an absolutely awesome place. And we have, tentatively, we kind of have the funding, pretty much for this, through the airport. So we, you know, it's something that's kind of been in the works, we've been trying to get figured out. But any questions at all from anybody?
Okay, thank you, Jim. Okay, now we'll move on to
Is this an action now?
No. Okay.
The reason I asked what you put up here was the fact that we got to approve of EDC. Airport was approved this past week. There are, we can approve it, and then you got EDC to move money there. So you get the approval part out of the way. And it's based on what they raise, agreement, what we put it, and then location and everything. So we seem to kick the can down the road on everything. So that's why I had asked all the people, so the council itself to go ahead and approve the approval of an observation.
It's listed as a discussion for possible future action. That's how it's listed. So could they vote on that?
Well, it says add possible action. My recommendation is every agenda item should have at least consideration of. Then you got case law says that you can vote on it. So for clarification, that would be my legal recommendation.
Well, and just to add, the only thing we really can vote on, is we haven't finished our end also, would be voting on the approval of an observation area contingent on location, FAA, and budget, which we would basically have the FAA's approval, that was our signature, but it would be contingent on budget and location, correct?
Well, I think tonight, without having to actually vote, I think there's probably, it seems like there's a consensus of the council that they support an observation area.
I don't know that.
And y'all can discuss that, just wouldn't be able to take a vote, but you would need to come back with a recommendation from the airport board as the actual location that y'all finalized and that y'all are recommending the council to adopt. But the idea of observation area, we can get a consensus, just not a vote. The mayor could actually go down and get if they agree with this observation area at the airport or not.
Okay, just gonna get a poll. Any nays? Any nays?
There's no vote in the
Just, is it something that you're...
Let's put it this way, is anybody on the council against it?
Okay, item number 19, zoning of the First Baptist Church property currently zoned historical R1.
And again, this is an agenda item that Councilman Carroll requested to have on this one, and so to be discussed. There is a map in your packet that kind of identifies the area that's currently the First Baptist Church property, and you can see that the yellow is residential 1 and the green stripes is the historical. So it's a yellow zone with the green stripes being historical. So it's historical, residential 1, but churches are allowed to be in the residential area. So I believe it's the
zoning condition is recognized in our zoning district. And we right now got the whole area of the yellow green stripes. I don't know what the white out is.
that's just got the church property.
That's not it. The church property is behind you. Right here is got in white is Mr. Waters' home, vacant lot, Ennis Post home, so right behind it goes back toward, this is church property. just that I've had the citizens that live there come back to me in the last year, is what's gonna happen next year? Is there anything that we can do to prevent having to go up there and if they go and ask to take money for another grant in the zoning, but we have to do this every year? And I know right now in zoning, you can't, against the law, do commercial inside of residential or block zoning. You can't do that. And there's some other things you can't do. You can't put residential, you can't put commercial and residential there. So I guess what I'm trying to do is the way the ordinance to be approved by this council that says, as long as that area is designated as a historical area, we don't have to go fight this wanting to be a commercial. The Baptist Church owns that, and they're wanting to sell it because they're getting money for commercial property. And the zoning turned it down about a year ago. And yet, I'm being asked by citizens, can we do something we know we have to fight this every year?
And Councilmember Terrell, the only way you can change a zoning designation is dictated to us by state law and has to go through planning and zoning. It's just the law.
It's a right of the owner, property owner to be able to request it.
Right now, what is customary is if there's a prospective seller, that they enter into a real estate contract contingent upon getting included zoning. But that's very common, but that's between two private
What law
parties.
controls it that you cannot put a commercial inside of a residential area? It's called spot zoning. What law tells us that? You can't do that. Is that by the state or is that by our own ordinance that says?
Land use is what you're talking about. It's an area of law that is heavily dictated to us by the United States Supreme Court case law. So no, you're not going to find a statute. But no, the state law makes it very clear you can't uphold that. You can't support a zone where that's zone residential and you have commercial. That's meaning, that's just the essence of contrary to what zoning is.
Well, your information comes on the zoning committee. We wound up doing that. Later, I found out that was always should have been done. I won't say word is whatever, but I'm just trying to say is a way that we can protect it, that we don't have to do this. You're saying you know what?
I guess I'm not clear what you're doing over here.
Trying to for historical,
Just say,
You're trying to protect a historical area, which is an R1, which has a Baptist church there, but if they sell it, it could go commercial. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
You don't want it to go commercial, so it's an R1 historical area. Is there anything that protects it so the Baptist church may sell it to a car dealership or something? I don't know what it
There's
is.
2 pages of commercial, really big, and some of them are not really exact. In fact, most of them are.
well, if it's zoned, if it's zoned historical residential and a car dealership buys it, they cannot use it for a car dealership. They would have to use it
Either
for one of
for
the
church
allowed
or
uses, which are listed,
Say they sell it to somebody, a car dealership.
Yeah.
And they go to zoning 5 years from now, and they get it zoned, they can do that. So my point is I'm lost. That's what I'm trying to say.
The committee so chooses, yes.
Yeah, right.
There's no way you can lock it up forever. Because you have a zoning committee and they make a choice.
I guess, why would the state put a designate something being historical and then allow it to do something?
And even with the rezoning, it still has to be in compliance with your comprehensive plan that the city's adopted. And then, of course, with your current zoning. Now, with that property, if the whole church property became zoned commercial, and it butts up against the commercial, there might be an opportunity. I think that's where they went before. But the church was denied the rezoning at that time because the residents did show up and they opposed that zoning. And so the board opposed the change, but that's what they're wanting to not have to do every time. But that goes back to your landowner's rights, that they have the right to be able to at least ask for the zoning.
Now that I'm looking at it, if we if it's the right location, it would be spot zone.
Which, again, I may be against the comprehensive plan.
Okay?
No voting.
Okay, number 20, consideration and possible appointment to the following boards and commissions. Building and Standards Commission, Planning and Zoning Commission, Board of Adjustments, okay. I'm just gonna make a comment. You know, on these committees, you know, I think that we need to look at, you know, vetting these people and knowing something about them, you know, before we put them on these committees. Because it can cause a lot of confusion if somebody slips between the cracks. And then again, we're gonna redo those committees in December. So, you know, I think just with the climate right now, what's going on with the permit deal and all of that, I just wish that we could just table that until we can come up with some kind of safety net on the people that we appoint, the people. Are they willing to work with the city council? That's where I'm at. I don't know if y'all do social media, but you know, didn't give us a good look. And a lot of that was because we just let somebody slip through the cracks and, you know, made us look bad. It wasn't our fault, but we made us look bad. So that's my spiel. But if y'all want to go ahead and continue doing that, so we can.
My spiel is the fact it's hard to get people to volunteer for these communities. When you start to vet them, then, you know.
Yeah, but no.
And also the fact that we've had we've had zoning meetings before, that somebody leaves Austin and drives up here for a 10 o'clock meeting, get here and find out we don't have a form, they have to turn and go back. That is happening. So that's why we have alternates. And that's why I hope that we can have these people so we can have, it makes the city look bad when you have something like that happen. Now, hundreds of people who volunteer for these committees, and all of a sudden we got one, we can't judge that because your innocence is proven good.
I gave my opinion. Whatever y'all want to do.
We do have a couple of applications that we have received.
Now, I'm not including this ad hoc committee for the airport committee. Now, that's not included. I'm just talking about A, B, and C. So.
On the zoning board of adjustments, if you don't mind that, I'm also the chairman on the zoning board of adjustments, and that's I'm quite certain anyways, that's the board that Councilman Terrell was referring to, where we've had, that's what I said, the zoning board adjustments. We've had a couple of situations where unfortunately people have came even once from out of town to, they put in for some variances and they came from out of town and we didn't have enough people in the zoning board to accommodate them, and it made us, that's what, as far as I know, as far as I know, we have two people on the zoning, two positions that we want to fill in the zoning board of adjustments. One of them is Mr. Buckley, and then another lady named Crystal, were the two positions, and I think we both know those. One works for the city, or works for the school district, The other one is Julius's father.
But now, what I'm saying is, people that we know something about, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I know, and
I'm
that's why I was
saying the
going,
people
that
that
we
we
know.
don't know,
Correct.
that could come back to bite us, but in that case, I don't have a problem.
And that's where I was going with it. So even on the zoning board of adjustments, we do know those people.
But I'm talking about the ones that we don't know anything about.
I don't want to sound bad, but I'm worried about the zoning board of adjustments. So, it's the only one I'm worried about. Okay.
We do have two applications, as John mentioned, that are in the packet. There's a Cynthia Kareem. I'm not sure that's how you say that name correctly, but she originally applied to be on the Parks and Recreation Committee. That board has been filled, that we had on our. So she has made her come back and said that she would like to serve on the zoning board of adjustments as well. And so she is the one who works for the school district that John had mentioned. And then also we received an application for Mr. Buckley, who is also interested in serving on the zoning board of adjustments. We do have 3 vacancies on the zoning board of adjustments at this time. And so those are both interested in serving in that. And so that is there. We do have, it wasn't listed on the agenda, but we did receive a resignation from the airport board late Friday, and so we will have a position open on that one. I would recommend, suggest that we discuss that, maybe wait and fill that position in December when we appoint the members for the next year. Going back to the earlier discussion, what we have discussed with the city secretary and deputy city secretary is that we are going to determine which positions on each of the boards, their terms expire at the end of this year. We will advertise that starting in November to let everybody know that may be interested in those positions to apply. Any of the board members that are currently serving in those, but their term is determined in the end of this year, could then put their application in as well to be reappointed to those positions. And then in December, you would have all those applications to be considered for each of those positions to be able to fill those. And that way you'll have an application with the background and some information on those people that you can discuss and look at and have that information before you. We have been, the last couple of months when we've had openings for boards, we have put it out on our social media, we put it out on Facebook, and we have been getting interest in applications, which has been beneficial, that we get those. And so I think by doing that going forward, hopefully in November, we can appoint the boards, and then we'll be done until the following December when we appoint again for the new terms.
Okay. Okay, now let's go first to item number 8, Building and Standards Commission.
That board is actually full.
Okay, the Planning and Zoning Commission.
That's the one we have 2 applications for.
Okay.
Planning and zoning or the board?
Oh,
Board of Adjustments.
I'm sorry, Board of Adjustments.
Planning and Zoning, are we going to wait on that one?
I don't think we have any applications. Do we have any applications?
Okay. But on the Board of Adjustment, so we know Michael. So, and the other lady, say she works at the school, so that's a good thing there. So, do I have a motion for the 2?
My question is, we're going on board of adjustments, what positions?
Correct. We've got 3 alternate positions that are currently vacant at this time.
And then the applicants is applied to Buckley, and let's go first. On our application, we have one good name and one name. Don't go to the first name or last name.
Look on the last page, is right, her name's on the last page, on page 83, page 83.
She signed that.
Her name's right on page 83.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to, what's it? Anyway, they appointed to the board of directors.
Okay, on the motion, got by Fred, and a second by Mr. Lowry. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, item number 21, appoint an ad hoc committee to review and evaluate airport manager proposals. That would be my nominations. I nominate Scott Swagger and also the board president, John Williams, Councilman Terrell, and Mr. Brooks. Those four going forward. And as I mentioned before, we in the process of, going through a kind of moving around process, possibly at the airport. So we're going to appoint those four to the committee. So we'll have a motion and a second for those four gentlemen.
I'd like to have a committee there.
Okay, we'll be okay for 5. Sounds good. Also, Julius Buckley, Councilman, we'll add him to that committee also. We'll have a motion and a second.
Make a motion to accept this, man.
Okay, a second by Mr. Buckley. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, the executive session. So the please reserves the right to go on to executive session at any time during this meeting to discuss authorized by Texas Department of Code So we're gonna convene into executive session at 8:55.
9 in the morning?
Yeah, you don't even go.
Oh, I have to be at a parade in the morning. And I have to load up all my stuff because I'm kind of afloat, like a vehicle. I have a Jeep Willie that we're driving in the parade. My daughters are driving it. I have to stand on the side and watch them go by as I take pictures. Yeah, that's the way it works.
Good to see you on the other side.
Scott, you think anything's going to happen afterwards? Because I gotta go home and get ready for the TBE parade tomorrow. Yeah, we have an entry into the parade tomorrow. We gotta go get ready.
Y'all can't leave me just here. That worked out good right there. You can't see anything.
I know.
So, I mean, we can do that every time.
I appreciate that. Text me if there is something. I sent you the salaries for all the county employees so you can see how much money gets spent. They hired an economic development. We're still on. Are we still on? They hired an economic development director for $90,000 and he's going to be working out of his home. And they have a grant writer on the budget too that they don't know why that's on the budget, but they have one. They also have someone that does collections and there's no collections to do.
One thing that they said that they were giving everybody a top percentage. I was like, we can't afford to do raises here.
Yeah.
We're all going to at least keep our staff.
Yeah.
If we don't get the 40,000, we can't let people go.
They gave themselves all raises. No problems. All right, we're going home. Oh, yeah, guess what, Chief? You can have to stay in the fire department. Yes.
I just want y'all to know it.
All right. Y'all can't leave yet.
Oh, I am. I already know what's going on.
I gotta be back in, earlier because 9 o'clock. So
I've got homework. I gotta go do homework.
You're right.
Scott Trietti.
Wearing a blue shirt that's She's still probationary. She has a probationary This is your fault. Sir, this is your fault.
I've had to apologize to everybody because I get mad at them. I don't like
That's certain things, and I'll tell you what, I wish y'all would have screwed up and not done those cemetery plots. I'd been up here with all the family members buying all of them for 650 keys. I would have made a killing on those.
Take a selfie.
I would have bought them all.
Oh, I can't think of the cemetery place here. There's only 2 of them, you know, and I bought 5.
See, years ago, I bought 5 of them at Stevensville. My granddad were there at, just to resell them. And I bought them for $500 a piece. When I sold them, I think the cheapest one I sold for $1,500, bought up to $2,500. And now they're $7,500. Yeah, I should have held on to them.
My father-in-law there in Pflugerville bought his a long time ago, but right there under the big oak trees when you drive up the hill. $10,000.
I think they're waiting on you.
You walked the drive by Greg Wood, didn't you? I know. Yes, I said. Okay.
We gotta go.
I gotta rub that picture in with you.
Yeah, it's a terrifying. I just, yeah, the situation.
So they charge us for that?
All right. Like everybody. But they're just like
Yes, sir. Good seeing you, Paulie. Take care, sir.
For your meters, did you notice I put actual cost? So that, you get 51, since that's a third one.
I think you're gonna just throw on that one.
Driving to work.
Yeah. I don't think we're talking about the same thing. But coming from the guy I came from, I would expect nothing less. Wow. They're good people. They're a little too parties. Your political correctness in a public meeting. Oh, we got it. We got it. Round 2. One time, Robert, can you hear me? He texted me one time, he said, y'all beat you back. It was the same day, every community's got it. And I just I got a board. It's like 700 homes. I got this one guy that moved in there, and he's the kind of guy, he's not quite on citizens, but he's right there. He's real close. Like, he doesn't have a driver's license, he doesn't pay registration on his car, he just, yeah. And we were talking about something today, and we were gonna install a new sewer line somewhere, and he said, well, don't get my fiber lines going through that unit. Why did he even do that property? Why did he do that property? I talked to the homeowner, they gave me a 10-foot easement for my own personal fiber optic line. Fiber optic line here for? Oh, for my cameras that I have in the neighborhood. Oh, what do you mean you have cameras in the neighborhood? Just unfolding like layers. Layers and layers. What are we talking about? Yeah. Yeah. It's like, oh, it's public.
City violation, right? City violation, yeah.
Oh, federal violation. It's just unveiling itself real fast. Wow. But he's one of those guys that I feel like he's back to him. I feel like he's back to him in the corner. He would definitely try to stop him.
Yep.
People doing those
Because they drove by and get the homemade USA license plate. Yeah, like.
That's him.
I know where he's headed.
Yeah. Anytime you talk to him, what you gonna say? He's got a guy that likes to challenge check stations. He's coming back and lights out Padre and going to those check stations. Because legally, apparently, don't have to answer the question if you said something, and they can't detain you legally. So he always pulls up and like, I'm not answering questions today. Sir, just answer the question. It makes everybody laugh so much. Just answer the question. I'm not answering questions today. Sir, pull over. Are you detaining me? Are you detaining me? Exactly. Yeah. We're going to tase you what we're going to do. No, we're not detaining you. Wow. Didn't your mom talk to you? You got to talk back. Yeah. No, that's what gets you on the news.
I know, right? I know.
So that was a new one.
That's what I did now. That's just 5 years. Wow.
When do I get mine?
Not me. I was like, I'm gonna go back now. I want my 5, 10, or 15 in that. 15. Yep. And she was making those herself. Yeah. Who did? Angela Smith was making coffee.
Name, number of years, whatever department, like fire truck, car.
Yep.
I don't know what she wants. I want to spend my little, one of those things you don't have.
Right? I'm fine. Remember, Miss Kelly had a city, had a clock.
Yeah.
And stuff on the back for her, one of hers. I was like, how you got to be able to get a clock? I know.
75 years. Yeah. That's just so I'll never make a 15. I'll be dead young. I said, guys, I don't know how all that's going.
Yeah. That's what I thought. They're like, look, there's so many boxes this way. Right. You know you're in this one. There's so many boxes this way. They're going to have to say, hey, between years 1 and 5, you're these 3 boxes. Between 6 and 10, you're these boxes. Whatever it's going to be. Yeah. Let's give it to you. Right. That's what I keep telling mine. Yep. That's what I told them about this one. This all what we're supposed to do. We're going to be doing the next study. Right. That's what I've been doing. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
You know, the other one, when you realize,
she wants to get it to her employees. Yes. Yeah. Give them to your employees so they know where they're at.
So, I got my guys on the lead.
Really? Oh, I had one or two out there long years. $1. She left and she came back. And she made the same thing I made.
Stop comparing.
Yeah, oh, that's
See,
it.
I'm with you.
Talk about it.
But compare. This is why you don't talk about it.
Exactly. Draw.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm talking about it, and when they do this, like, but I seen the increase on some of them. I'll look at the extent.
Right.
It's gonna be a sore subject for everyone.
Right, every meeting you must be close to me for the.
Because there's some folks that didn't get nothing.
There's some people that are maxed out and in the box.
Yeah. I got,
Mad because you can't afford groceries, bring it out. Mad because Joe Blow is getting paid this much and he doesn't do as much.
but this don't say.
You're worried on
They're at.
that.
I don't have to look at our other one. On the paper, it shows the number.
Mm-hmm.
Each one knows the number, the pay grade number, and the step.
Oh, so just give them this so they can look up what it is.
Yes,
Exactly. That's what some of them want to do on my, already out.
But yeah, if there's anything that you can invite them off, fees in the credit card fees, when you put in this, let me know.
We've got a big problem with people aren't working for vocations anymore.
Are y'all leaving? Are y'all leaving when your class
Our generation.
Yeah,
We know I could be paid.
Where's the back up?
I just think it's awesome that this is way down here in this corner
I was paid civil engineering.
on this chart.
My generation feels like, I want more.
That's fine.
This is a year goes by. Right. Seriously, eventually, make a move for this like 4 days. They want to be paid the same. They want more. And I mean, I had all of the fire department was about our kids.
I need,
I had
We're supposed to-
vacation.
we were kids.
Yeah,
So that's why everybody got raises here.
So I didn't.
He just moved
I
everybody.
used my vacation. I was like, you guys got to argue with it.
So now, yours is certification, so like you said, you're wherever you're at, you're there, and then goes, well, you got 20 years, then you're gonna be here. And that's what I'm saying, but that's why.
Came this early.
Put us
And I
into a
already
set.
put in my
Yeah,
vacation.
to give us a set was 102,000. So put everybody in the set you're supposed to be. Right, but that's what, the one we just did was 100.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, okay, so get everybody where they're supposed to be is $500,000. Right, and that's why I said, that one, I feel, that's why I suggested we go with 3 years. Right, because if we're at an average increase each year of 2.5, 250,000, we're gonna do a little bit more.
Paying 99 cents for the school.
Yep. I don't have blocks. I don't drive around with blocks. It'll definitely. Right. Got a meal they ain't got to cook, they'll take.
Yeah, now they just run.
Audrey Abrams. You know about my big, yeah, he was somewhere. Yeah, but 2 big places. He got paid. Yeah. When he was here. Yeah. Yeah, he was blew up.
Yeah. Yep.
He came back. But I used to say, some of them now, they're around like.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Oh, cool. It's a ton. I know I'm gonna put them off with my.
I know, right? Conversation we had in Chicken Mom. You wonder if Chicken Mom come out and say,
Oh, chop that chicken up with some eggs and make some tacos in the morning. Awesome.
look at this.
Yeah.
Ain't none of us down there.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
This is the first full people I feel like
We're sitting coming back, starting Senator here now.
Felicity's coming back working?
Yes.
Oh, awesome.
So she's gonna take over what I was big doing for Angela and then go up here.
Awesome.
And then that way, you gotta know.
Because she did not have the band for a while. She's good at it. Oh, that's
Really busy.
Every time I come in here, I just walk by and go, oh, she's like, stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. You should just tell them what you had to cereal. Oh.
First one off the window.
Yeah.
She said, hey, others the unsweet. Or no, she said, others the pizza.
Yeah.
Quick straw, man, couldn't drink it. I need new tires. That's not, that's the pizza. So I took my straw back out.
Yeah.
Why not? After the service, I keep drinking real sweet stuff. Drink it, like too much sugar to make it sick. So that's why I do the sweet ones. I do the sweet ones.
You broke down first?
Sweet one in there. Oh, before? I got like that's not even sweet. I don't know why you do that. That's but when you can't have it, and then they're like, you know, sweet one, you're like, before it's oh, I can't drink this, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I do get a little upset about it because there are people that desperately need it. And then you got people that don't that are occupying the time of their you have somebody that's desperate. My dad was a mean man growing up. Back when you said your dad was a mean man, he was putting cigarettes out on your arm. Mean man. Right. Right. Oh, yeah. You see pictures of them. Yeah. You saw a radar and a green dot. I saw it.
Thank you very much.
I was scared. Well, go on and tell them to pick it up.
I need.
Well, they asked me what it was.
I say that my older sister is.
I do that stuff in the morning for her movie.
I wasn't really planning on that, but y'all was here.
She's gonna yell at me because I don't have it set up right. Yeah.
I guess I'll turn it in.
David
I'll send you
Carroll.
mine. And go through mine, so I don't have to change mine.
I have a hard time, I mean, I love it.
Seriously, I
I
thought
love
it
it.
was something.
Very well. It's hard for me not to. Yeah, we're all products.
You have to.
What's called student.
I've got one, but I've got a copy.
It's hard to get family advantage.
One of the very first things, the vision thing was in that number. I thought. I've been wrong before. I've been wrong today, so I'm probably wrong.
We're doing that whole copy.
Yeah.
You're gonna go find somebody.
So I thought that's where it was. That's one of the things that we don't have it. I'm like, I thought it was in the book. Maybe it's not. That's where ours is. In our rules and regs and all that, there are statements in there, so. He's like, we'll get the one for the farmers. I'm like, okay, I'll send it to you.
No, we didn't. You're talking about fire, we switched it up a little bit.
I'll send it to you. Hopefully yours comes in along with mine.
Yeah, I know, right?
Fortunately,
Oh, man.
I can't speak to my older sister, but fortunately, both sides of my marriage, my in-laws don't drink, and my dad stopped drinking when I was already around.
But I've got to
That's
make.
why.
Yeah.
He finally came out of the hospital after himself, and we all said, just never gonna say no, we don't do it, we don't have to order. But the good fortune on that aspect, but.
And they've been there one time.
I'm gonna say it's before this.
My dad was
It was before all that.
He's the opposite, like super qualified.
Now I'm talking about like I had one in like not like this, but where when you had the other thing, had the whole with the little plastic binder type deal in it, and it was one of the first pages had stuff in there.
Just you say this is small, but it's one of them. It's always a flip.
Don't you remember the old? He had like a copy of the.
First page missing.
There were a couple pages before we actually got into the handbook, and we had like a mission statement or a vision statement or something that the city of Cleveland does this and provides services. I'm pretty certain areas. I thought we did. And they said they looked everywhere. You can find one. Like, in the beginning of the employee handbook, he's like, this is what I got. And that's what I said. I need to find one of the ones that has the little binder thing on it that we had.
I remember a little back to the office.
Yep.
I still got one.
Yep. Now the ordinance book.
Yeah.
Two of them. Put everything in there.
Mm-hmm. About that, I know you got one. 'Cause he's like, we're gonna do something like, I made email to somebody.
It's empty in there.
Well, it's all in the room, but it's all being properly labeled, destroy dates and everything.
Or if it's permanent, marked permanent.
He's got a big sign that says that regular, you know.
Okay.
You're seeing the back of her laptop. I regular, you know.
You got to get some Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
He drove me, he rode me.
Yeah. I did. He only almost killed me once.
Working on elevators again. I heard it say, you walk on it.
Yeah, and they hooked up the smoke detector in the shaft. And they went to doing some sanding and stuff to make the cameras weren't working. So they sanded the drywall.
Where are you? There's a lot of feedback.
Smoke detector made
I'm in the fire truck.
It works.
Why are you? He said, why are you in the fire truck?
Bye,
Bye, Pam.
Careful. You did good.
See you later.
Like always.
Okay, so when they said 15 years, that would have worked because they cut one out 250 and then I was good with that.
Yeah.
But when they were on
Cut both of them. Right.
We're already.
You already
As long as we just.
Right, we gotta spend it somehow, huh? That's why I'm getting myself now, so at the end of the year, I ain't
You talking about somebody waiting till the first person spending all their money? We knew you were talking about Robbie.
People are talking about he started spending $30,000 in dollars.
Meetings, I got meetings.
But what he needs to understand, you can spend every penny you have by October 31st. You better make it last to September 30th. You just got to start spending money.
Well, sometimes those things forever.
That's fine. But by the end of the year, you got to
It's gonna be easy.
Don't come crying, asking for more money.
There is no more.
She said, we're not even broke. We broke. We can't
We
get
are
all.
in between blessings, is what we said.
Between blessings.
You said you never broke in between blessings. We done had one and the next one on his way, we waiting for it.
That's awesome. That's great.
I make a sign, we can bless.
Yep.
We in between blessings, be patient.
So instead of you being talking to you having sick, we're just gonna pass around the blessing. We're waiting for the next one. Slide it over.
We in between blessings.
I used to give one thing on stage.
That's awesome.
Adam, I used to give him a stick of top.
Send a baton. I can speak down. So you hand him a baton so you can speak.
He likes to talk over his feet.
So we're like, hey, I got a baton, you can't talk.
No.
We didn't ask him. We
The
didn't do
very first time he pulled it out of the bag, everybody got real quiet. How's he gonna take it? How's he gonna take it?
I gave him one.
Development meeting. He started talking over everybody like, I got to take it.
Yeah, pulled it out of the backpack.
I came to take it with him. And you with him? Yeah, he got. I have an extra one, so I gave him 6 things with him.
And then what do you do? Take it from him when you give him the lead?
Yeah, no, my turn to talk. Give me 6.
Yeah. He trying to talk over everybody.
Who told you to do it? Where did you get that idea from?
You know. Guess who? No.
I hope not.
No, HR did not approve
that.
HR did not approve that.
Oh, yeah.
Roberto.
I thought it was blue.
It was from that morning. It was.
Yeah.
It
really did. Like he'd be mid interruption, and time to come out, he'd stop. Okay.
Yeah,
it worked.
It was.
It got the point across. He understood why he was doing it.
He was dipping and dapping, don't even know what's happening in other folks' business.
Now that you love to say, you know we still being recorded anyway.
No, I
Yeah.
can't.
Recording all of y'all's conversation.
Yeah, it recorded sound on it.
You said you talked about that.
Staying back on
No,
now.
I don't do that.
Yes,
I
you
did my name.
You
I don't
tell
bother.
other people to do it.
What about that?
Every time I come out, you say, stay there like that's not your responsibility.
Yeah. I never said that recently.
Okay, recently.
Yeah. I stopped.
No, didn't he tell you that? I got one that's not yours. You told me that.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe what I'm saying about you.
But you told me that was one time, and I said,
But I tell you this.
it was a long time ago. See?
Right, that is exactly what he does.
You knew it so natural.
That's what I don't do.
You just popped
No.
Yeah.
No.
I gotta find it.
He just said it so natural. He didn't understand it. That's okay.
Yeah.
I've been dismissed. Good night, y'all. Good night.
Night.
You know what I'm saying? Just take you on that.
Yep, they're all on the right now.
8 months later. By the time they get on my already covered. It's like a dump truck. I just got it a month ago. I ordered it last year and back in January. 18 months. They say even if they open back up, it may be 6-7 months before they go back on. You know, my high price items I'm getting them.
Well, that's what I think. Like,
No, I ain't got nothing.
when we were building the station,
I ordered.
Or the stuff that we've
The
been on lead
cascade
time.
system,
Yes.
it's still not used.
Wow.
It was supposed to be delivered the 25th of last month.
I got a couple of handheld radio batteries. I'm still, they still about 3 of them. You still got 45 that's. Give it a 2024.
Good luck to you.
Really?
Yep. Can't get radio, can't get battery, get nothing.
I never be able to get gears either, you're pretty quick, that's what I'm wondering. Wow. Gears are gonna be a problem.
I'm gonna do that for the, I did about 300 years for this new other business. I had to do that. But I got to set up mine out. But still, I have a hold of it.
Anybody's really wondering what's going on overseas?
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
That whole stuff with Ukraine is not affecting us.
Yeah.
It's so overseas. Out of sight, out of mind.
Where do you think Brad comes from? We're not mining brass in Colorado anymore. Brass comes from over there.
I was talking to a guy the other day, I said, man, if we could somehow get a fund together to go buy a coal strip, that they close down, we'll come back. Then we're gonna realize these little helicopters we're putting out there in the plain land are not worth their time and money to put up. And we're gonna go right back to pulling coal out of the ground.
Down there, Valley Ranch, 99. They just picked up a whole section of the parking lot and did a whole strip of the charging station.
Yeah.
You know, we did all of them charging stations.
Yeah.
Big old decent generator.
You ever seen that? It's a guy driving down the road and I'll see him walking back to his Tesla gas can. He goes, man, where are you going with that gas can? I need gas. For what? My generator. You gotta be kidding me. Wow. He's filling the generator. He's got one of those little Honda generators in the trunk of the Tesla. Filling it up, turning it on, and it was charging the Tesla. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. I'm like, man, why don't you just go back and get your gas? Some of the stuff, I get some of the, I don't, because I don't necessarily believe the propaganda of the woman. I get there being some urgency of finding different things that help with the environment, but we're moving too fast to the unknown. It's 2035 going to all electric vehicles, okay, that's too fast. Way too fast. We haven't worked out stuff.
Split and ahead of the thing, whatever, but they might make motors that run off of hydrogen.
Yeah.
Instead of garden hose in the gas tank, fill up with water, it separates the water and the oxygen, presents the hydrogen and oxygen. You operate off the hydrogen, the emission is oxygen. Not CO, oxygen.
Yeah.
We're not,
The bad part is hydrogen goes through.
right, that's like, besides the whole, split atom thing and everything, other than that,
Yeah. So, people are just scared of the technology.
Right.
And somewhat rightly so, if it's in the power of the hands of the wrong people.
Right.
Which seems to be more common than not.
Yep.
Yeah, just don't want that kind of stuff floating around in their own hands. But I'm super pro nuclear law. Hopefully, if you got stuff that happens like Chernobyl, and you really want that in your backyard. Not that it's not.
I'm on site with a family farm.
Yeah.
I'm not farming.
Yeah.
Corn.
Yeah.
It's near 3 Mile High.
Is it really?
That's the one incident they've had in 50, 60 years.
Yeah. Maintain properly. Right. You don't have Russians stop them in your backyard. Right. Trying to get into it. Yeah. I still don't know what the heck they did there. Even though they went in, they occupied it for a couple weeks, and then they up and left. Y'all do? Y'all do it there? Yeah. People are scared of some of that technology. But I'm more scared of what's coming.
That's a good weapon.
Free air conditioning. That's free air conditioning right there. Drive home with your windows down.
Yeah, right, up me up. Should be doing this at the moment.
That's, I know when my air conditioner stops running, I'm like, it's too cold out there. That means the air conditioner don't need to run.
Yeah.
Well, then it gets hot in the house, and now the air ain't running. So I gotta turn the air down more. You know, there's some of the landfills and stuff that are putting pipes in to pull off the methane and then selling it off for different uses or whatever.
We've had propane vehicles since the dawn of Portland.
Yeah, but, so, we got, no, let's still talk about that.
They're trying to get rid of them, but yeah, they're out there.
Every green truck that's driving around here picking up trash is CNG. Every single one of them. Every single one of them CNG.
But, you know, they didn't have cars before the trucks would shoot up the gas tank.
There used to, Chevrolet had pickup trucks that were CNG.
Yeah.
Or dual, right.
Some bad experience being on
Right.
shoot the propane. I don't know that. I don't think that
Ask Asia.
should
Yeah.
Mayo Street in South Center made entry on the house that was no longer hooked up to electric or anything like that. And when they cut a chain inside, make sure, you know, one side was open, the other side was chained. The door was starting to fall, they pushed it in. There's 2 propane tanks inside, they had enough air, burned their helmets, burned their coats. Yep. I had to send all that stuff off, and they're like, nope, it's all failed, it's past the point, threw it in the trash. We lost thousands of dollars in one fire. We pulled out 3 propane tanks inside the house.
Well, I'm sure throwing sparks. I just don't know if shooting one causes a spark enough on entry of the tank.
Regular round, no. You do a tracer round, yes.
Yeah, trace around, get bunch of.
But if you're doing like a full metal deck or something like that, it'll puncture it and just release the pressure.
And as long as you don't got a grinding wheel going.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
The tracer round will light one off.
Oh, tracer wires or tracer rounds, like graphite wires, got it. You're not.
That finally made on 3 more years.
Why is that infield on fire? Isn't that where you just shot that tracer round? Yeah, I'm working on that pit, had that welding machine, and it hadn't rained yet, which was a couple weeks ago. The grass was still pretty brown, and my brother-in-law was there helping me, and he was welding, I turned around, he's out there with his FR shirt, smacking the ground, and go over there, what the hell are you doing? I was putting out a fire. Where was the fire? He goes, a freaking piece of slag fell off and landed over here in this pile, and it just spread from there. I had the hood on, so I didn't see it until I picked up the hood and it spread 10 feet. Yeah.
That welder you had in the back of your truck did work pretty good for doing that thing you work on?
There you go.
That welder you had in the back of your truck did pretty good for doing that thing?
Oh, yeah. Still got it. I just finished Sunday.
One of these days your dad's gonna go out to the shop and like, oh,
Well, I dropped it off a couple weeks ago for him, and then, because I knew I wasn't going to work 2 weekends ago, so I dropped it off in case he needed it, and I went and picked it back up last Friday, and I used it Sunday, and I planned on taking it back Sunday. My wife didn't want to go over there, she didn't want to stick around and talk, and they always like to talk when we go over there. So
all right.
So, but yeah, I'm done with the welding part. Now I just gotta finish driving two posts and start stretching the line. So, the hard part, well, driving two posts.
It's not hard.
That iron ore where I'm at, pretty dang hard. It's not rock, but it's
Been dry.
yeah. A lot of it's soft. I mean, I got an area where you gotta dig down 2 feet before you get into really into the red clay. But I've got one spot that's already red clay, and it's got that iron one mixed into it, and it's rubber concrete. I went from doing a lot of things in Centerville. Centerville, you get out of the depot, just a full foot and a half in like 5 or 6 blows to parents bought property in Hill Country, up there in Durant Rock. You're talking like, if you don't have an air chisel to start a pilot hole, you're never gonna get the depot fully in the ground. And it'll take 100 swings to get it to the blade. Wow. And it's like, I'm done with it. I'm not doing it. Hey, so work. That'll work.
And I still go down to, Ellington Field.
Well, you're gonna keep going on about it.
That's just the truth. I'm from Donna. I grew up doing a bunch of farming and ag stuff. And working for not a whole lot of people my age do that.
Put them in the field?
Huh?
Put them in the field?
Through hay bales all summer.
If they want to do that, it knows how to work. That's going in.
It's very fortunate to grow up.
You learn a lot. You don't want to do it for me.
That's it. I'm doing all this so that when I tell you, you gotta go get that engineering desk job.
You guys are true.
I got another meeting that starts at 9 too in the morning. The zoning board.
Zoning board and adjustment.
9 o'clock. No.
That is something that they're all.
There was no action taken in executive session. Meeting stands adjourned.